Right, good morning everybody. It's 10 o'clock and the hearings are resumed. This is day 6 of the hearing sessions into the examination of the Harrow local plan, and we are today and tomorrow morning discussing matter 6, which is all of the site allocations as contained within the plan, as well as the Harrow and Wealdstone opportunity area. The usual reminders, please: all phones should be turned off or switched to silent. The microphone system is very simple. Please don't touch the base unit, but it's the right-hand button. If you want to be brought into the conversation, that will turn red. And then if you could remember to turn it off, please, once you have contributed. Once we have done introductions, I will go through the format of today. I'm not aware that there are any fire evacuations planned either, unless the council wants to correct me on that. So if you do hear something, it is a real one, and you should depart through the doors behind you. So in the first instance, I'll ask the council to introduce those parties who will be, or those officers who will be speaking on behalf of the council today. That's for this morning's session. And then I will go on to representors. So if you could just introduce yourself and your organisation or who you are representing, if necessary. So we'll do that in the first instance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'll start with myself, Saira Kabir Sheikh, King's Counsel, and I'm counsel for Harrow. Then to my left is Mr. Viv Evans, who's the Chief Planning Officer. To his left is Mr. David Hughes, Head of Planning Policy. To his left is Mr. Callum Sayers, Principal Planning Policy Officer. And then beyond him is Mr. Gavin Ball, again a Principal Planning Policy Officer. And then we will also be having Helena Wagg, who's a Principal Urban Planning Design Officer, sitting behind at the moment, and Ms. Orla Murphy, Head of Development Management, who is there at the end. So all of these officers will potentially be participating in this session.
Okay, thank you. And if you just start at that corner and work our way around, thank you.
Irene Rusika, local resident.
Okay, do you have your name badge, Miss Rusika? Yeah, oh. Great, okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Ibrahim. I'm representing Rosen House.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jodie Cox here from TfL Special Planning Department.
Morning, everyone. I'm Monica Jen from TfL Spatial Planning.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Bottomley from Rolf Judd. I'm here representing Tesco.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Russell. I work for Places for London. Places for London is TfL's independent property development company.
Morning, I'm Sunil Kapoor. I'm representing Blue Point Court, which is a block of flats directly opposite the Tesco site, OA7.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you just make sure your name badge is tilted so I can see your name, that's helpful. So as we go through, we'll be using the agenda as issued and my matters, issues and questions, which you should be able to access via the council's website. And we use that as a format for the agenda, if you like. If there is a matter that we are discussing and you would be like to be brought into the conversation, please just tilt your nameplate to the right and I will bring you in at an appropriate time. And then once you have spoken, if you just turn it back down, that would be really helpful. Do the council have any administrative or housekeeping matters to raise?
No, nothing on our list.
No. Okay, so we'll just do the same format as before. If there are any main modifications the council would like to alert me to as we go through the policy, they should do that, and somebody from the council should be making a list of potential main modifications that we discuss during the hearing sessions. There may well be others that I add to that list, and secondly, in action points, if there are additional points that the council need to either provide documents or address, then that's a separate running document as well. So this morning is allocations well, the strategic policy 05, Harrow and Wheelstone opportunity area, and then it's going to be allocations OA1 to OA10. I have realised on the agenda that I haven't put a specific session for GR12, so maybe if we would pick that up tomorrow morning,
Yes.
if you could just make sure that officers have had a look at that, and then I'll make a note of that for tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. We may need to refer to it, but we can go into detail tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to just raise that with me?
Yeah, thanks, Mum. Just one request from me. I think you're hoping to look at GB1 this afternoon.
Yes.
I can't be in attendance this afternoon, I'm afraid, to speak about that. I was going to ask if it might be possible, if you wish to ask me questions about the strategic allocation at GB1, if that could be dealt with in the morning as well. If not,
GB1 and G...
not GB2.
Just GB1, okay, yeah.
The hospital site.
Okay, we'll do the so we'll do the hospital site this afternoon.
No, the hospital site tomorrow.
Sorry, tomorrow. So just GB1 today. GB1
Tomorrow,
to
yeah.
GB1 tomorrow.
GB2 is
So-
fine.
Thank you, Mum.
Right, we'll do that first then. I have also asked Louise to amend the agenda for potentially next week, because obviously you're aware that if we finish a session early, we can't start until 2 o'clock, but on the Tuesday, because there are very few participants, it may well be that we continue throughout the morning. So the agenda has been amended online to reflect that. I will be accessing documents through my computer as the morning progresses, and hopefully you will follow those. They're all accessible via the Council's examination webpage, but if you do have any issues, then please do let me know. So in the first instance then, we will deal with Strategic Policy 05, which is page 177. And this is my MIQ questions at 12.1 through to 12.8. So this is the main strategic policy, which is well, you tell me what the policy is trying to do in the first instance. If the council could do that, please.
Thank you, Mum. So the Harrow and Wheelstone Opportunity Area Policy is in relation to, obviously, the opportunity area, which is a designation within the London Plan, which sets out the minimum targets that an opportunity area should seek to deliver. The Harrow and Wheelstone Opportunity Area, or SPO5, breaks the opportunity area down into 3 constituent areas and seeks to assist development coming forward in each of those across the entire opportunity area to contribute to housing and jobs. Obviously, this is the most sustainable location in the borough with greatest access to infrastructure, transportation, jobs, and the like. So a focal point for growth, sustainable growth within the borough.
And that's where you've split it down into these the 3 distinct areas, is it, in terms of the Part D being the Metropolitan Town Centre, Part G Station Road, and Part H Wheelstone District Town Centre?
That's correct, Mark.
Yeah. So does Part A, what does Part A of the policy do then?
Part A is sort of it's the overall for the entire opportunity area in terms of what it's seeking to deliver as an entire entity, and how that will be brought forward. Obviously, noting other policies that are relevant. So it's sort of an overarching before being a bit more specific in terms of each of those sub areas.
And I raised a particular question. This was in response to a number of representatives who'd raised concerns regarding the wording of the policy and the interface between the surrounding lower rise areas. Could you just summarise the council's response on that?
Of course, the council recognise that there is an interface between the opportunity area and the surrounding suburban, more suburban context, much lower rise. The policy seeks to address that or acknowledge and address that. Firstly, through SPO5 large C, which notes that not all areas within the opportunity area are capable of facilitating significant change, which is the general thrust of opportunity areas, and also remain appropriate to their locations. So helping to understand that whilst a development site may come forward in an opportunity area, it's very likely in some circumstances it will be adjacent to a more suburban low-rise area. So that's large C, and then again,
Sorry, C is still in relation to the specifics of the opportunity area though, isn't it?
it is, it's overall of the entire
Yeah.
opportunity area, because that sort of relationship can be found across a lot of it. And then there's a more specific one under one of the other headings I can go on to.
Yeah, so I think the principal concern is the interface with the surrounding areas, so outside of the opportunity area.
Well, I mean, that's part C is saying that it's not all areas are capable of facilitating significant change, so it must remain appropriate to their location. So if a site comes forward on that boundary, part of that location, the context, is the lower form or lower density, which most likely falls outside of the opportunity area. So it's giving notice to that there is that change, or there is changes across the opportunity area and the surrounding area.
Well, I'm not entirely convinced that wording is doing what you're saying it's doing, but we'll come back to that because it's not making any reference to the context of outside of the opportunity area. It's specific to what's going on within the opportunity area. But what's the part that you say reflects the interface with the surrounding area?
In terms of the three sub-areas, the most noticeable change in character from the opportunity area to that outside of it is the Station Road subsection.
Yeah.
So part G, small a, that sets out there explicitly, I believe, ensuring a satisfactory relationship with the surrounding suburban character area, which is a much lower density.
Yeah.
So that sets out that in the opportunity area, if you're on the boundary, not all of that site may be available for significant change. It must tie into the existing fabric outside. That's where we most keenly felt along Station Road.
Okay, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you, Mum. I'm just trying to understand my interpretation of the wordings and how this fits within the wider process, because when I read 5C, it says, the council will ensure that development within areas of the opportunity area that are not capable of facilitating significant change remain appropriate. But in bracket, it says, such as those allocated sites. So the sites have been allocated to fit within criteria, but then you're also going to ensure that the development, those allocated sites do not. This is where I'm struggling with the wording here, the contradiction.
I don't think C is particularly effective in terms of the wording. It doesn't do what you've described. Sounds a totally sensible way forward. What the wording of B doesn't do that.
C.
Sorry, C.
Sure. I mean, given what I've explained, if you're satisfied with that, we're happy to adjust the wording accordingly.
Well, the wording that you've got in relation to Station Road, in terms of ensuring a satisfactory relationship with surrounding suburban character, but that's not. You said that C is specific to the opportunity area. I don't really understand what you're. what you say that you want Part C to do isn't what Part C is doing.
So the opportunity area, by virtue of being an opportunity area, it's capable of significant change. That's thrust by the London plan of it. However, what the council is saying here, or seeking to say, is not all of the areas in the opportunity area can do that. It's just not, and it's because of the relationship either within the opportunity area or with adjacent suburban areas. Station Road is a good example, but around all of the opportunity area, there is a distinct drop-off in the intensity and scale of development. So I think it's giving recognition that not all of the opportunity area is open to significant change. There are locations that won't be appropriate.
Right, the wording remain appropriate to their locations. What does the supporting text give any indication as to how somebody's supposed to interpret that policy, or what you actually mean by remains appropriate to their locations?
0.30, ma'am.
Sorry?
I think it might be 5.0.30.
30, yeah.
Thanks.
So that's, again, that talks about the surrounding context and the Station Road area, which you've covered at GA. Which part of that are you saying does that? Explains how to apply that policy?
I'm reading the start of 5.0.30 as a general statement as to the irregular shape of the opportunity area as a whole, and that the opportunity area as a whole is the surrounding area and the Station Road area, which links the two town centres, immediately abutting the opportunity area as a whole is suburban Harrow, which has a strong two-storey residential character.
Yeah.
So it's those areas which are not suitable for significant change. I'd be reading that as an explanation of C, large C. They're not areas which are capable of facilitating significant change because of they abut the two-storey suburbia, which actually comes right hard up to the boundary of the opportunity area. So in practice, we are already negotiating schemes to facilitate that transition between suburbia abutting and coming into the opportunity area. And they're not all in Station Road, but Station Road is a particularly good example of it.
Yeah. And I don't think.
But I think what I think you are getting at is that C could be clearer about the areas. It talks about within the opportunity area as opposed to underbutting the opportunity area.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where greater clarity could be put into large C. If that would help.
Mr. Ruskin?
We might cover this later, but regardless of the wording, the application of the policy doesn't seem to, when put in practice, doesn't seem, it pays lip service to actually a gradual interface. It doesn't. Take the Tesco site. You've got 13 stories, up to 15 stories next to two-story houses, and I don't see how that can be achieved. I don't see how you can have that gradual effect and protect the suburban area abutting it. I just don't see how it's physically possible. We can use all the words we like, but in practice, how does that actually work?
Okay, well that's for then the council to apply the policy, assuming it gets adopted. So my role here is to examine the soundness of this plan, not necessarily well, definitely not to assess any planning applications that may or may not be coming forward to the council, but this policy framework would be what the council then subsequently use to assess proposals as they come forward. So that's why we sort of have to look at the detail of the wording, and then that will ask the council to respond about your particular point about how that actually works in practice in terms of what's coming forward now.
Not just what's coming forward, because they have the sites and they have the allocations and they have the indicative heights and the indicative stepping up.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, regardless of what you say, it's still the wording still just can't be put into practice.
Right, okay. Well, I'll ask the council to respond on that. I'm not sure to what extent they can take that point, but...
I think that's a difficult one to delve into the details of a live current planning application. We are receiving representations. We're taking careful account of them, as is the applicant. And the applicants have recently submitted significant amendments to the scheme to take account of those representations. So I think that's as far as I would probably wish to go on that.
Yeah. I understand that we can't touch on specific planning matters, but these policies will be used to assess those matters. So they should still make sense, and they should still be able to achieve what they want to achieve.
Yes.
And given some of the smaller sites and how contained they are, I doubt that is achievable. So you can put it into that, but how are you actually going to achieve it?
Okay, I've made a note of the concerns that you've raised in relation to that, but I don't think the council can respond, particularly not in relation to a live planning application. So could you make a note then to revisit C in terms of what it's actually doing? And the second point raised was about the flexibility of the policy in terms of focusing development in other sustainable locations, with particular focus on higher density development in other sustainable locations outside of the opportunity area.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'd start by saying, obviously, the Harrow and Wilson Opportunity Area Policy deals with development in the opportunity area specifically. But then I would say that it doesn't preclude development elsewhere. And when read in the round, the local plan does provide policy, which I can list in terms of growth elsewhere, and that may be of higher density than, higher density development elsewhere rather than just the opportunity area.
Is that the policy cross-references that you've listed there?
Yes, ma'am.
Should we just have a quick look at those? So SPO 1D and E. Just page 30.
Yes.
So D is focusing on respecting the existing suburban character, and then E is a cross-reference to your areas of special character, which we're coming on to tomorrow. So is that the right parts of that policy that?
Yes and no. I think it instead of E, it should be F. Apologies.
F, okay.
Small F, yes.
Okay, fully optimised site, okay. And you just want to reference the other policies that you've referred to?
So the other policy is GR1 large B. which is efficient and optimal use of land.
Yeah.
And the last policy referenced is LE1A, which is in relation to town centres.
LE1A, which is
Sorry,
what?
I'll try and give you a page number.
191.
It should be 185
185.
of the local plan. Yes.
LE1A.
Specifically, small b.
Probably don't agree that that one's doing that. It's about ensuring development of town centres is relative to the scale and role of the centre.
Sorry, Mum, just to be clear, is it LE1A, large A, small b? So-
Yeah. The council will support town centre development that, well, it doesn't make sense, are of a scale and intensity commensurate to the size and role of the centre or parade it is located in. What we're talking about is higher density developments in other sustainable locations. So according to the wording of this policy, the intensity of the development would have to accord with the role and function of the town centre that it's located in. The specific concerns raised, as which is what prompted this question, was that should the borough be much more proactive in terms of higher density development in other sustainable locations. So totally understand why the focus is on the opportunity area, but has the council done enough in terms of the other policies and promoting higher density development in other sustainable locations?
I mean, in terms of town centres, they are. Sorry. In terms of town centres, they are sustainable locations.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know the policy size and role, but that doesn't mean that higher density of development would be inappropriate there.
No. Well, we'll make a note to look at that when we look at LE1, I think. And then you go on to talk about the small sites delivery. In terms of your policy, yeah. Okay, let's go back to SPO5 then. And the next part of the question, so at 12.3, are concerning part A, B. So I'm right in thinking that this is the policy that you're telling me is going to define the quantum of floor space and development delivery for the opportunity area. That's not done anywhere else within the plan, is it?
No, it's not.
No, okay. So it was just the focus on jobs in terms of A, B, and whether that was a justified and effective approach. Because it's probably more common that it's identified in terms of floor space.
The 1,000 jobs is obviously what's set by the London plan in terms of what is expected to be delivered from the opportunity area.
Yeah.
However, note your point around floor space. I think the exercise we've done under 12.3.3 sets out the floor space to, well, the floor space and then the link to new jobs. Happy to include those numbers as part of the allocations that sit within the opportunity area in terms of the floor
well,
space
you don't need to repeat what the London plan tells you in terms of the opportunity area. That's not the point of the policy, is it? This is you setting what Harrow is going to achieve in terms of the opportunity area. Yeah. So yes, I would suggest that's an appropriate way forward for B. Mr. Vasco, I'm just going to look at A in totality, and then you can leave your nameplate up if you like.
Oh,
And
okay, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask something in
oh, that's okay.
2,
Yes.
about opportunities for growth elsewhere.
Yes.
I just don't understand how you could have a policy on one hand, let's say the special characters or areas of protection that protects some areas, and then have, and then also protects essentially the high streets and the well-connected areas that could potentially be somewhere where some relief from the opportunity area could come from. So I think something is stopping the areas which could, outside the opportunity area, which could potentially accommodate more growth by protecting those areas, essentially. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you want the council to respond on that?
I just reiterate, obviously, the opportunity areas, that's the most sustainable place in the borough for growth, and they are the most capable of accepting change through new development. So that's why the focus is there, but there is no presumption against development outside. Obviously, there's site allocations and town centres outside the opportunity area are appropriate for new development.
Well, they haven't, but you haven't placed any tall buildings in them. Sorry, you haven't placed any tall buildings in those areas outside the opportunity areas, which could possibly take those tall buildings, i.e. well-connected areas. We've got 10 tube stations. If you're saying we need to be near well-connected areas, could we not have higher densities in those areas to take the strain off the opportunity area, which is in its maturity stage anyway, because it's, as we'll come to later, it's surpassed the 5,000 that we were supposed to provide. So it's the opportunity area is where growth should be, but it's unsustainable as it's reaching its peak. So you can't keep on putting more development in there. So you have to open up other areas to give relief to that opportunity area, is what I'm saying. And the only way you can do that is to look at similar intensification outside of the opportunity area, because the opportunity area can't physically keep on increasing. That's what I'm, sorry if I'm unclear, but that's what I'm
fine.
saying.
I'm not going to ask the council to respond on the tall buildings point because we've got a separate session for that. But I'm sure Mr. Sayers will want to respond on the other points you've raised. But if we can hear from Ms. Abraham as well, and then you can respond as one, Mr. Sayers.
Can I just carry on with what Irene's just said? I'm in right next door to the opportunity area, and it's already very congested. it's impossible to walk on some of the roads. It's too busy. It's, you know, there are schools in the area. There are, where I live, a retirement place. People are literally taking their lives into their hands. So I think, going back to what you're saying, I can understand why you're aiming for the opportunity area, but the impact of that, be it now or be it in the future, is going to be tremendous. So I just want to put that there as an impact.
Thank you. Could the council respond on those, please?
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, it's slightly difficult to answer some of it, obviously, as you mentioned about the tall buildings, because there's a characterisation study that was undertaken.
We're not talking about tall buildings,
Yeah,
so
no,
don't go into those.
No, I don't want to go into that today, but that's helped shape where the tall buildings would be located in the borough, being the opportunity area. So, but obviously we have done characterisation work, we've gone through site selection and site allocation process, so there are the allocations within the borough that have been capacity tested, which we'll come on to, I'm sure, for the borough, for the opportunity area, sorry. There are the allocations outside, and I would just say that a tall building could come forward outside of the opportunity area, but would still require the policy consideration. It just wouldn't have be located within a site that's designated for such a use.
Okay, thank you. So, part A, so you're going to relook at the point about defining jobs. Support the delivery of a minimum of 5,000 well-designed homes that achieve the homes needed across the opportunity area. And have you explained how that figure has arrived at, or is that just straight from the London plan?
The 5,000 homes is in reference to requirements of the London plan, and then we've gone obviously beyond with the site allocations to demonstrate that, what that number would be. Obviously the 5,000 is a minimum.
Right, but this is as defined at 2021, isn't it? The 5,000.
Yes.
So obviously you're setting the context for Harrow moving forward. So surely that policy needs to reflect what Harrow is going to be delivering in terms of the opportunity area.
Sorry, which point are we on?
We're looking at part A, large A, and the subpart A of the policy, and it's the first part of that, the delivery of a minimum of 5,000 well-designed homes.
In response, ma'am, yes, it should reflect the site allocation work that we've done, which demonstrates the housing that's sought to be delivered. So we're happy to update that to reflect the work that's been done on that.
Okay, and just remind me what that figure will be then.
There will be 8750.
This plan period there.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, and I see that. I see that you've set out, but I think we've covered that. I don't need to go into that in any more detail in terms of the employment numbers. You've set out a response at 12.3 in terms of jobs. Right, the reference at Part B to where relevant master plans that have been prepared for each of the sub-areas. Is that some, what does that, what's that relating to?
In terms of master plans, that was related to a master plan that had been committed to being delivered by the council for the Metropolitan Town Centre, and noting any further ones that may come forward.
So, and is that something that's published?
Not as yet, Mum, no.
Is it ongoing? What's?
I'll defer to Mr Evans on the update of that. Thank you.
Yeah, the decision to undertake a master plan for the Metropolitan Town Centre is in the public domain. We went to one of the council's planning policy advisory panels to seek authorisation to do it.
Right.
The work is now progressing at the moment. It's a draft master plan hasn't been published yet, but we have appointed, the council has appointed consultants to undertake the drafting of a master plan and public consultation in advance of that. So that is active at the moment. This B is intended to be a policy hook, because the council would like to go beyond the Metropolitan Town Centre in the future and provide master plans for other sub-areas. But at the moment, the main focus is on Metropolitan Town Centre, and that one is active.
Okay, I think that you need to look at the consistency as to what you are calling the sub-areas, because sometimes you call them sub-areas, you then call them distinct areas, and then you call them character areas. It's all within the same policy. So you need to make sure that that is consistent. Right, does anybody have Mr. Russell?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the housing capacity work and the comment with going backwards slightly, the discussion we're having between the London Plan 5,000 figure and what's in the local plan. We would certainly encourage it to be based on the capacity work, which would be in line with the London Plan, which doesn't say their maximum figures. They're indicative housing and jobs capacity figures in the London Plan policy, and then obviously the emphasis of, in general, of the London Plan and MPPF is to undertake evidence and then meet the needs, objectively assess needs as much as possible. So we would, this isn't something that we've put in our statement or reps, but based on what the discussion that's been going on, we think it would be appropriate to plan for the evidence and the capacity, given all that we would agree in terms of the status of the opportunity area and its accessibility. So we'd just like to make that quick point.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Mr. Kapoor?
Yeah, I had my name tag up for the similar earlier points made about capacity, because I think
Apologies.
Mr. Sayer said that you assess the areas based on capacity. I just wanted to understand, is this hearing going to cover the approach to capacity analysis and plan and
On the individual sites it will. So the council have appended to this matter statement the work that they've undertaken to understand how they've arrived at the individual capacities for the individual sites. That should have been part of the evidence base, and it's appended as part of this document.
So will you be actually looking at that at some point today?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll look at it in the round, and then we'll look at it in terms of what it says for the individual sites.
Okay. The reason is I want to just back up what Wendy said earlier, the infrastructure, being someone on the ground who actually day-to-day viscerally has to experience what's going on in that area.
Yeah.
Capacity is already stretched. So I'd like to see evidence of if they've justified these site allocations based on particular reviews. For example, I've seen the local plan integrated impact assessment document, but I can't, I'm struggling to find in that document the evidence of someone on the ground actually doing surveys, actually what basis they've had of think, net zero impact. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that is covered as part of this hearing scope.
Would the council like to refer Mr Kapoor to the correct document, and he can be looking at that whilst we're here?
Oh, are we looking at the appendix now?
No, we're not. I'm just asking the council to let Mr Kapoor know where the evidence is on that, so he knows when we get to that point what we're looking at.
It's MIQ responses, matter 6, appendix 1.
Thank you.
What? There's 12 point.
I think it's at 12.6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so what you've set out at 12.3.9, I think if you're putting forward main modifications in accordance with what we've discussed, then that would be addressing those points in terms of the framework. So parts D, G and H of the policy are then the specific policies. So you've set the context for the opportunity area, you've set what's envisaged in terms of numbers, and then you split it down into these 3 subcategories. Is that right? Yeah. Obviously, the framework recognises the role that residential has in terms of town centres, and when I've initially read the criteria that you've listed, or the different factors that you've listed at A to F, I wasn't clear whether you thought on reflection that was particularly effective enough in terms of residential use being an appropriate use there. Particularly in relation to the wording of B.
In terms of Part D, small d, does include mixed-use schemes incorporating appropriate ground floor commercial uses with active frontages. So it does. It's the envisaged that mixed-use schemes would include residential, but I take your point, it could be clearer, and that could include.
But B makes it clear that you're prioritising uses that increase footfall and dwell time. I'm not entirely convinced that that's what the framework tells you to do in terms of town centre uses.
Point taken, yes.
So it's paragraph 90F of the framework. So if you could look to address that. In terms of all of the sub-areas. And then if we look at 12.4, the particular concerns raised regarding Station Road and Wheelstone district centres as being a specific designation within the opportunity area. There's quite a number of concerns raised about that. Do the council like to just summarise their response on those concerns?
The Station Road is included as part of the London Plan designation for the wide opportunity area. So that's been followed through in the draft local plan here. Note the points made, however, believe that the policy response plus design capacity work undertaken for site allocations should mitigate those concerns for impacts of development.
Anything else you'd like to add, or no? Okay. So does anybody want to raise any specific concerns regarding the wording of Station Road and the Wealdstone District Town Centre in terms of the policy?
So which page are we on? Back on
We're
the
on
local plan?
page 178. I do apologise, it's quite tricky to follow on just one screen, isn't it? Page 178 of the local plan. And it's the specific wording in relation to Station Road and Wealdstone District Town Centre. It's parts G and H of that policy. Just whilst Mr Kapur's looking at that, do you actually need part B if you already have that on part F? Because that appears to be a duplication. I know you say there may be others that come forward, but
I think they could be amalgamated. One could
amalgamated.
be lost.
And then could you delete E, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sorry, delete E as well.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So this is the opportunity within the hearing session if you want to raise any particular concern regarding the wording of those parts of the policy. We won't be returning to it. So. Ms. Rusky?
Again, I think the wording is okay, but again, from an implementation point of view, it just seems like it's, sorry to repeat, it just seems like it's all words, but when it comes to it, well, what's actually being put in the site allocations is very contrary to this. Even if we take the civic centre or any of the other, so I won't go to the Tesco one, but the civic centre is on Station Road, and the issues that were there previously when the area was deemed to be not suitable for high density housing are still there. It's still congested, it's still a single lane traffic area, it's still polluted. So from a point of view of people living there, it's only going to make matters worse regardless of what this wording is. The intensification as it stands, we don't agree that there should be further intensification in that area. We don't agree that it should be higher density than what was in the previous plan. So because the issues that were there are still there.
Yeah.
We still got pollution, it's still an air quality monitoring area, it's still overcrowded. In one of their documents, they said Marlborough was one of the most highly densely populated areas in the country. I don't know whether that's true or not. To then go and intensify it more, it just doesn't make sense to me. I know I'm not engaging directly with the wording, but the impact of the wording is that it will lead to further intensification in an area which was previously, for those reasons I've just said, pollution, being very restricted in terms of access between the two town centres. They're still there, but still it's now deemed as suitable for intensification. And for us, the people that live in that area, it just doesn't make any sense that those things would not be regarded.
Is this OA9, the Poets Corner site? Is that the one you're talking about?
Sorry?
What's the site allocation number that you're talking about? Do you know?
I know the Civic Centre is...
Yeah, OA9. Okay.
Yeah. So...
can I
Does- yeah.
so can I just clarify with the council then? So OA9 falls within how you're defining Station Road, and that probably raises the question as to, on the policies map, is it going to be clear where these sub-areas start and finish?
It's not clear.
No.
The mapping does exist in evidence base, which the council was able to replicate into policy maps that will clearly demonstrate where those sub-areas are.
Yeah. I think I think it's obviously straightforward for the district centre and the metropolitan town centre, but perhaps not for Station Road. So that should be on the policies map.
And I think it goes back to the history of why that area was not previously suitable for high density housing. It wasn't even supposed to be included in the intensification area, but it was to make improvements to the public realm and the bad state that it was in.
Yeah.
But adding housing to it is not going to improve it. And as far as I'm concerned, part of a plan is making sure that you improve the lives of the people that are there. Houses are just houses, but people have to live on them. They have to live with the impacts of those housing. So the fact, I have asked before the question about what happened between this area being an intensification area and an opportunity area, because as far as we knew and from the previous plan, this was an intensification area. And in the London plan, intensification areas have very different criteria to opportunity area. So as the people that live there, we don't know how it became an opportunity area, and we don't know how these rules changed without us being consulted.
Right, okay. So just the main point, can the council clarify this is part of the opportunity area as allocated in the London plan? Yeah, it is. So
Yeah, but if you go back to the previous plan,
Yeah.
it was initially an intensification area.
right,
And then
but where we are today in
Yeah.
terms of examining, I can only examine this plan in the context of what the adopted spatial strategy says.
Yes.
So I understand historically where it might have been, but it's in terms of the wording of this plan and how it accords with the spatial strategy, it's assessed as part of the opportunity area.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And the point I bring it in is because when it was adopted as part of the intensification, it was made very clear that Station Road cannot be for high density housing because of the issues that with pollution
Yeah.
and the way it is and how close it is to suburban areas.
Mm-hmm.
So just because it's now an opportunity area, those things don't go away. Those things are still there. Those things still have to be managed
Yeah.
for the people that live there.
Okay, we'll hear from everybody and then I'll get the council to respond as one. Miss Ibrahim, sorry.
Can I just carry on from what Irene said?
Yeah.
We've not only got housing, tall buildings, more people coming into the area. We've got a mosque there that also congests the whole area. We've got Christian centre, we've got schools. So those are also having a huge impact traffic-wise, pollution-wise, noise-wise. It's such a small area that is being designated to intensify. And I don't see the reason why. I mean, if I'm correct in thinking that the old plan said no more than four
Mhm.
along Station Road with maybe the possibility of 7, then why is it suddenly gone up to 15? I don't see the rationale behind that, because there is still, even as it stands, the area is so congested. How on earth does anyone think it will get any better? The Harrow bus station is at breaking point. Even the tube stations are at breaking point at Harrow and the Hill. It is just so congested. So for me, it's again someone who's moved into this area not less than 3 years ago. I fail to see how this will improve my health. How will it improve my well-being? the mental health of just trying to get a bus to the station is incredible at the moment. So the present reality is really bad. You're now thinking of making it worse, in my opinion. So I'm just, sorry, I didn't even put the mic on.
That's okay.
I hope you know anything about this.
That's fine. Mr. Russell?
Thank you. We'd just like to comment specifically on Part D of the policy and very much express our agreement with the comments that you've made. So I won't dwell on it too much, but re-looking at that policy, which is specifically about the Met Town Centre, I think it's an oversight on the council's behalf, but it doesn't specifically include residential, and then which is contrary to the fact that there were site allocations within it for housing. So, and in tandem with Part E of the policy, which says failure to comply with the above will be resisted, we think that does definitely need to be revisited because it's...
So that's that they're going to strike through that part.
Yeah, and the fact that including mixed-use schemes doesn't really go far enough. There's no specific reference to housing. So, yeah, we support that change.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kapoor?
Yes, I'm just responding as this is the last opportunity, I think, to talk about the wording.
On the wording, yeah.
When I read it, as a relative member of the public layman, I think it's too vague. So I think, for a start, when I look at item G, it says, it talks about positive contribution to its environment and identity, but is there a specific definition of what a positive contribution is? Especially environmentally, given what's just been discussed, and I've just back up what Wendy's saying. So, particularly in terms of contribution to environment, I just think it needs to be more explicit. So there's criteria it can be measured against, so that whatever developments go ahead in the future, I'm sure that with any project, there's going to be mistakes made and lessons learned. There needs to be criteria that needs to be then reflected back to measure back that how successful what success criteria did we deliver against in terms of positive contribution. Also looking at a couple of sentences where it talks about massing, bulk, scale. I think the word using the commas maybe as being pedantic is a bit misleading, but what does massing mean? What does bulk mean? Is it bulk scale? Is that all one kind of, why is there a comma there? What does that mean in layman's terms? And how is massing and doing scale going to make a positive contribution to the environment? I just don't understand how those two sentences actually align together.
Okay. Okay, would the council like to respond on those points collectively then? Just to reiterate, you do need to, you have made a note of that, haven't you, in terms of this station road should be identified as a separate sub-area on the policies map? Yes. Yeah. And development, and then the wording of G would be as shown on the policies map, which I think you've picked up for a number of policies in terms of them being effective. But please carry on in terms of responding.
I mean, in terms of the further intensification of the Harrow Wilson opportunity area, I can really only restate, the policies set to deliver growth to the most sustainable location within the borough. That's what it's intended to do. Directing growth here ensures conformity with the London plan. Any of the sites that are coming forward through our allocations have all been design-led through capacity studies, which we'll no doubt go through shortly. In terms of higher density, I don't want to veer into tall buildings, but there's obviously been updated evidence base in terms of the character study for the entire borough and the opportunity area itself. I would say along the station road, not all of station road is appropriate for tall buildings. It's quite clear in the mapping that large parts of it are not. Generally, it's the site allocations, the larger sites which are able to a certain extent, form their own character, which do facilitate and they provide the opportunity for tall buildings rather than all of Station Road. That's certainly not the intention. and not what's shown on the mapping online. I hope that answered the questions. Note Mr. Russell's comments and Mr. Kapoor. What would be a positive contribution would be compliance with A through to C of that policy of large G. I do note your points in terms of some of the jargon that's in there, but what it's seeking to do is ensure that, to pick on the two that you noted, the bulk of a new development needs to be appropriate for, in a design term, for the site that it's located in, and also with a scale that relates to both the site and the wider area. They are terms, appreciate, that are quite common in the design world.
Sorry, can I just comment? In my opinion, there should be footnotes or references when you make those, use terminology like that, and you are referring to other documents. As a reader, it should be more of a easier way to. If there's separate policies, wordings are referring to, they need to be footnoted or somehow linked.
Just a couple of points to pick up on. I hope to be helpful to Ms. Rizik. In terms of the opportunity area and the point that was being made about the changes and so forth, and your point, of course, that we sit under the spatial strategy in any case for the London plan. The London plan set those policies and the areas, but the London plan will be reviewed in due course and is being reviewed. So there's obviously an opportunity to make representations there on those sort of points where perhaps you could have some impact. I don't think really here is, it's not really in the power of the inspector to go behind that. The second point about the use of the word massing, bulk, scale and so forth that Mr. Kapoor made, and it's covered somewhat by Mr. Sayers, but that is well understood design wording. So I think there shouldn't be a concern about that. That's language that is routinely applied by officers in deciding applications.
But we've been asked as members publics to participate in this local plan, so I appreciate it's building speak and it's kind of esoteric, understood by people in the field, but then there's no point issuing a local plan to the public and expecting them to understand that.
I've made a note of your concerns in relation to that specific wording. Okay, so we'll now go on to look at the evidence base in terms of the capacity assessment. So this was something that I queried it when it came in because I didn't understand why it wasn't part of the evidence base in the first instance. So tell me what the background is to that appendix, please, and why it wasn't part of the evidence base.
Thank you, Ma'am. The site allocations have all been subject to the design-led capacity work, and Julie noted it wasn't submitted initially. The reason behind that was in relation to active interest on sites that may take what was developed in those capacity studies as a wholly appropriate development with too much further interrogation or planning assessment on a site. So it was thought best to keep that back, so if any new applications came forward on those sites, they were on their own merits rather than just picking up and taking on the high-level plan-making capacity work that was undertaken. That was the reason why.
Right, okay. It's not particularly helpful to submit it so late in the day, but we are where we are in terms of that document.
Is it 06A _ LBH, the appendix?
Yeah.
Okay.
So talk me through the methodology employed then in terms of how you've approached the capacity.
Thank you, Mum. So the site capacity exercises are based on the optimising site capacity through design-led approach, London Plan guidance. And essentially, the method for that is undertaking site analysis, so looking at the site context and surrounding areas, planning policy, flood risk, PTAL, connectivity level, kind of that standard site analysis, and then from there drafting design parameters, so very like high level road layout on sites where that would be large enough, and looking at where play space could be provided and appropriate height and density for those sites. And then the LPG, the Optimising Site Capacity LPG, provides a toolkit which contains preformed blocks to be put into 3D modelling software and a calculator which takes the form of an Excel spreadsheet. So essentially, once the analysis has been undertaken, modelling takes place and the LPG outlines steps for that. And once the models have been created, the floor areas of so the number of blocks that have been put in and the floor area in total is input into the calculator. And from there, it essentially calculates the capacity of the site based on a housing mix that you input.
When you say planning policies, do you mean planning policies as in within this plan, or what planning policies are you referring to?
Policies that would conform to this plan, to the London Plan.
So no, when you say planning policies, do you mean the policies that are in this Regulation 19 plan, or do you mean what's adopted in terms of Harrow's adopted plan?
Yes, that would conform to this Regulation 19.
So the 25% family homes and that type of thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then so it says updated June 2025. So what was the update?
An appendix, or an addendum rather, was added at the end, which is the parking study.
Parking study. Do you want to tell me what? Does it say an addendum?
Yes, so it's at the very end of the document.
Yeah.
It's a selected sites parking study, which looks at 3 town centre sites, which could re-provide town centre parking.
Right, and why did those need updating?
To assess the impact of the re-provision of town centre parking in those locations.
So when you originally did the exercise, you didn't do that?
There was no town centre parking re-provided on those sites originally, no.
And sorry, it's just the pro formas then that are attached there. There's no explanation as to. It's literally it's not page numbered, but it's just the part that says selected sites parking study, local plan allocated sites capacity study report addendum 2.
Yes.
That's it, is it? There's nothing that explains.
I believe in the MIQs there's something outlining as a summary of the parking.
Yeah, ma'am, that additional work was undertaken to help inform the response to your MIQ 12.17. And so the outputs of that exercise are reflected in
Right,
that table
okay.
there.
So when was this document originally done, I suppose, is the question.
The work started in 2024 and was ongoing until 2025, and then the updates were for the parking was in June of 2025.
So was it available when the well, obviously it wasn't at the Regulation 19 consultation, was it? Was the work completed by then? did it inform the capacity figures that are in the plan?
Yes, ma'am. It was completed at Reg 19 stage, and it did inform the capacity numbers within the Reg 19 plan, and that's reflected in the sort of outline in Chapter 12 in terms of how those capacity numbers were generated. So the methodology was set out.
Sorry, Chapter 12, whereabouts? You mean Chapter 11?
Sorry, ma'am, Chapter 11. And so essentially, paragraphs 11.18 and 11.19 on page 291.
Right, so this is 11.18C, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
This work, yeah. Okay. Right, we'll look at the individual conclusions reached in relation to that work when we discuss the individual sites. Does anybody have any specific questions about that document or the council's approach in terms of how they've arrived at the capacity figures? Yes, Ms. Westby.
So I had a quick look at this morning, and for some sites they seem to have multiple options to choose from. From some sites they only have one. I thought the point of it was to test capacity. So how can you test if you only ever have one option? That was one of my questions.
Do you want to give, sorry, the council an example of that?
I think there was one which is the Traveller's Rest had a few options. There was a couple of others, but they let me just check. But Traveller's Rest is one of them.
That's 016.
Yeah. If I've understood this right, the point of this was to test different options. So I would think that each of the sites would have had different configurations to test what was possible.
I don't think as in terms of the methodology that's been followed and what the London Plan advises, I don't think it's a process of testing alternatives. It's establishing what the capacity is, and it's for the council to follow that methodology and produce the outputs that they have. But there isn't a requirement to test alternatives in terms of the different sites. Am I missing the page numbers? Where are the page numbers? There's an appendix, but I can't see any page numbers on the document unless.
I don't think there were any.
So there are page numbers in the site capacity visual document. 016 spans from a few pages, but page 49 is one of them.
It's numbered from page 49?
No, sorry, I was just saying that, for example, the Traveller's Rest 016 site starts at, it's actually page 47 to page 49.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find on here the correct page, and it's quite tricky without a page number. So is the document page numbered?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it is.
Yes,
The
in
page numbers are on
bottom.
at the bottom, on the outer side or inside, so rather than being in the centre.
Bottom outside.
Left and right. Sorry.
Oh, left. Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
sorry.
page 47. Right, well, I think I could probably, you might like to summarise why you've approached O16 like that.
And the other thing is about the context. I don't think some of the sites, the context hasn't been considered correctly. What I'm saying is there's some sites which are, from my understanding, is that the closer you are to like a transport hub, the more capacity you can get. But you've got areas where you are quite close to a transport hub, but the capacities seem small. And then some areas where you're further up from the transport hubs and capacities seem bigger. And it seems a bit inconsistent if you're going with that method. You would have more, the PTAL would play a part in the capacity. And also some areas are near low-rise areas, but that hasn't been, sometimes that hasn't been reflected.
Okay, Miss, is it Yane or Yan?
Hi, this is more of a clarification because the town centre capacity assessment was done again with the re-provision of parking. I just wanted to clarify that because in the London plan, the town centres are usually in well-connected areas and you have to rationalise the town centre parking. So just wanted to clarify if that was done.
I think that's more of a point that we'll come on to when we
Okay.
discuss those specific allocations. We're just talking about the general context of the methodology, but that's a specific question because we have quite a number of car parking sites to cover. So we will look at that in more detail when we get onto those sites. Sorry, I can't quite see your name badge again. Mr. Russell.
Thank you. I just want to make a few points. The main one around the capacity work is it's pleasing it's finally been published so we can interrogate it. But I think it just shows it's one scenario. It's not every scenario. So it's maybe a point for tomorrow. But when these figures for particular sites are taken into account, whether it's in relation to height or overall quantum, I think it's important that they're not that it's not seen as a maximum, and that is reflected in the policy at the moment. So I think the only other point I was going to make is I definitely agree with the tensions that publishing this is a challenge, and undertaking this kind of work is difficult for local authorities, but that's the kind of what the council's done is in line with what they're expected to do in terms of the London plan does ask for a design-led capacity, and it's quite, I mean, from a layman perspective, it's quite easy as documents go to understand what the council's broad assumptions are for sites. It's very clear, and you've got the main considerations noted. But I think the key thing is it's just one scenario. It shouldn't be seen as, and maybe a caveating to that effect, because some boroughs, it's a broader point, but from our experience, see these things as very much fixed, defined things that every development has to kind of be in line with, and then they have very prescriptive site allocations and policies. So we just would like to make the point, it's a broad, good study that just gives an indicative estimate of what a site could yield. So we're not too critical of it really, but just welcome it's been
I think it clearly makes the point that it's not it's a high level exercise within the document. Mr. Kapoor.
you slightly answered the question. It's high level, what you're saying. So I'm just looking at it for the first time. So I'm just trying to understand, is there some kind of, should there be a definition of what's in scope for capacity and out of
well,
scope?
it sets out, as the officer's just gone through, how they've approached the methodology in terms of what the London Plan advises, but also I'm just referring to, I think it's just page 2, but it isn't numbered page 2, just the disclaimer there in terms of the how proposals will then be subsequently assessed. So I don't think that could be any clearer.
I'm just trying to understand in terms of what capacity means in terms of environment and traffic and things like that. Is there some restriction? Is that a separate study of capacity in this respect, more about car parking and?
So this document has then informed what's gone into the plan that's been examined, and the reason the question was raised is because anything that's in the plan needs to be appropriately evidenced by the council, and that wasn't clear from the examination documents that I'd received in terms of how they've identified the capacities that they have in terms of these site allocations.
Right, okay.
So,
I'll read it in my own
yeah,
time.
so we look at this in terms of how they've approached that and how that's informed what's then in the Regulation 19 plan. Does the council wish to respond on the other points raised?
Yes, thank you, Mum. So just in response to Ms. Rusick's comments, for some of the sites there are multiple options shown in the document, and that is to kind of understand the capacity in maybe bringing forward sites piecemeal versus bringing them together as a whole, like kind of as evidence that bringing together, developing a whole site rather than bringing forward individual land parcels is more effective. It increases the capacity. So that's the main reason that was shown. In relation to 016 specifically, the Travellers' Rest site, there are multiple options in there, as we aren't necessarily sure how that site will come forward, whether the pub building would be retained. So that's why that was just shown as an option, so that we would have a rough estimate of a figure should the pub be retained on site and the rest of the site be developed. I will say there is never, obviously, as it's been said, there's never only one option for bringing forward these sites. And this process was an iterative process as it's intended to be by the GLA, and it states in their LPG. So the capacity studies were reviewed internally within the urban design team and then reviewed with the wider policy team and development management. So they have had like amendments and they have been iterative. There's never any one solution, as we've covered that. In terms of some sites where you've said that context hasn't been considered appropriately, I mean, an example of one of those sites where you feel that's the case would be helpful.
If we look at for instance, I was just looking at OA6. It's no, sorry, might have been 4. Hang on, a minute, sorry. I was more from a comparison sort of. For instance, Iceland Station Road. It seems it's right near this the station, but it's got allocations of up to 6 stories. But if you go for sites further away, for instance, the Green Hill car park, it's got more, it seems to have more height. And if you go further down as you go further onto Station Road, the heights are getting taller and taller, but the low-rise area is, the contrast between those areas is more stark. So that's what I'm saying. Well, you've got somewhere where potentially you could have taller buildings and it won't, or more density, shall I say, I won't say height, more density, and you could get away with it because of that location, and it's not near any low-rise buildings. However, you go onto Station Road where you have specifically said Station Road is next to a suburban area, which isn't in the opportunity area, yet you're starting at heights of 5 stories going up to 30, or densities that contain heights of 5 going up. So that hasn't considered. If I compare those, I wonder how much does the low-rise area on Station Road played a part in that plan?
So, for example, the Iceland on Wealdstone Road is a significantly smaller site than, you know, OA6, the Green Hill Way, or the Tesco site OA7, I think. So it's not only location that plays into density. Obviously, the higher the accessibility of a site, the more density you would want. However, the Iceland Wealdstone site, OA15, if we're going to take that as the example, is really narrow, and the offsetting from the buildings, like, it's a lot closer to the surrounding context. Therefore, you really can't achieve as much height in that area or as much density. Whereas for a larger site like the Civic Centre site on Station Road, it is lower rise at the edges where it's meeting the suburban context around, or the Tesco site. It's lower rise, but because it's a larger site, it gets to, as Mr. Sayers said before, it creates its own character area, its own context, where it steps up to the height in the middle. And you can do that because it's a larger area. There's nowhere to really step up and step down to with any significant reason on OA15. So it's not only about location, it's about the actual site itself, which is where the analysis part of the capacity studies comes into play.
I get your point, but my point is that some areas they are low-rise, but they're starting at a higher height than the surrounding area, well, a lot higher height than the surrounding area, and I'm not sure why that. I take your point that it's a bigger area, but it's still not going to hide large buildings in the middle.
Okay, we'll take one more question on this, and then we'll have a short break, and then when we come back we'll start looking at the individual site allocations themselves. So Mr. Kapoor, is it a new point on the capacity work?
I just want to check I'm looking at the right documents.
Yeah.
So I'm going to the hearing statements. I'm seeing capacity study report. Can I just check? So one of them doesn't have OA7 in the index. Is that because that's that's looked at separately, or?
I believe that is a mistake in the contents page. OA7 is in the document, it's just not listed in the context. My apologies for that.
And also on the page with the table, am I seeing a document? It's got a lot of spreadsheet errors. It seems like you copied and pasted a spreadsheet with division calculation errors. Is that right?
So what's the page number?
It's. I'm looking at the contents page, so
Yeah.
the second page,
Yeah.
and then there's a methodology page, and then towards the bottom of that methodology page, seems to be a spreadsheet that's been copied into some tables.
GLA indicative site capacity calculator, is that?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you look and kind of scroll down a bit towards those like third, fourth, fifth table, private, tenure, affordable. I'm going to the right, unit area calculations. It's got a lot of spreadsheet errors.
If I may, sorry, that's just the template that is used to calculate the site capacity. So every single site has its own version of that, but this is just a screenshot of that calculator to show that evidence that that is what was used. So there's no actual units input into this image of that. But there is one for every single site, but that has not been published because it's just the numbers.
I just don't think you should publish something like that if it's got spreadsheet errors in a table. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Okay, we'll have a short break then. It's 11:34, and then if we come back if we just have a 10-minute break actually to 11:45, and then we'll come back and start looking at the individual site allocations. So the hearing's adjourned. Thank you. assumed. So we're now going to move on to look at the specific site allocations as they are contained within the plan. I've got a number of concerns that concerns that other parties have raised in terms of that are set out at 12, 10, 12, 11 and 12, 12. So we will pick those up as we go through the individual site allocations. So 12.9 as was a catch-all question in terms of all of the site allocations. So I asked you to prepare a table for each of the allocations and then respond to the individual questions as set out, but you didn't do that. Was there any reason for you not doing that?
Ma'am, at the time, when we prepared, the statement of judgment was made in terms of to do it this way, mainly because a lot of the answers were repetitious in terms, or would have been the same in terms of each allocation as such.
Right.
But we could certainly set it out in the form that the extended form, if that would help.
Well, we're now, unless you want to postpone the hearing sessions, which I'm probably suggesting you don't want to do, this is the forum now that we then use that table to understand any concerns that representatives have raised, how you've drawn the conclusions you've drawn. For example, I'm aware, as I'm sure you are, that other parties have said the sites are drawn incorrectly and need amending. So that was the whole time to pick up those, and all that means now is we have to spend longer in the hearing sessions doing it. So it's not something I'm going to ask the council to do retrospectively, but just trying to understand the reason why you didn't do it in the first place. So we will look at OA1 then, which is the Queen's House car park. We'll look at the individual allocation, we'll look at the individual site allocation and come to, as a separate issue, the issue to do with car parking. So we'll just look at the specifics of the wording of this. You'll understand how the format of the next day and a half will go. And then we'll start looking at the issue of car parking provision across all of these car parking sites collectively. I think that's the best way forward. Yes, Ms. Rusky?
When we discussed matter 5,
Sorry, you need to use your microphone.
when we discussed matter 5, I think we asked for a tally of all the number of developments that have been completed, and I think at 12.81 you said you'd asked for a breakdown of what's gone on before 2019, what's gone on since, what are the permissions, because those figures were in matter 5, but they haven't been represented that way here. I think you'd asked them if they could at the end of matter 5.
And I do recall that you asked a specific question about how those figures were represented.
And it was going to be answered in this session.
Yeah, so the council can do that. I don't think I made an action point for that, unless the council are going to correct me on that. No, okay. So do you recall Ms. Rusky's question from the previous session in terms of understanding what growth the opportunity area has already accommodated? I think the principal concern was that the London plan has set the 5,000 and you might be some way towards achieving that. So why is it a justified approach what you're now proposing?
Yes, I do remember. This is a major theme of Ms. Risk's evidence and comments. So that's the theme that runs through.
Yeah.
I think we've responded to that earlier, but if there's anything else anyone wants to say, could they do so, please?
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. In our written statements, we do provide the figures from 2019 onwards.
At 12.8?
Yes, 12.8.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think in terms of your written statement, you referred back to going as far back as 2013-14. So in the 11 years from 2013 to 2014 through to 2023-24, the total of net additional housing provided in the opportunity area is 4,155.
4,155
Yes,
between 2013 and 2024.
yes.
And does that include office to flat conversions, or is it others included?
That includes housing from all sources, so it would include those sort of office to residential conversions.
And you think you had about 2,000 already planning permission? 2,900.
Yes, so that would be excluding those figures. So that's literally just the completions over that 11-year period. And that averages out at 377 dwellings per year.
Is that all, Miss Rescue? Do you have an additional point, a new point to raise on that?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you mind just popping your nameplate down? Thank you. Mr. Russell, is it?
It's a similar point that I made last time, but in relation to the 5,000 opportunity area figure, I just want to reiterate that that's indicative London Plan benchmark. And I personally, my own view is in terms of the national strategic policy context, for the council meeting its housing need, that should be led by the development capacity and the extent to which it's possible to meet the London Plan housing target and objectively assessed needs within the area. It's not a process of filling up the opportunity area to a 5,000 homes figure. As you well know, it's about identifying suitable, appropriate sites within the council, within the borough, to best accommodate the housing need that the London Plan target envisages, and in line with the NPPF, which just sort of reiterates the need to meet objectively assessed housing needs in appropriate locations. So it's a general point, but just one I think is important to mention.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we'll start with site OA1. So talk me through this site in terms of whether you're proposing any main modifications, what the allocation is for, basically what's covered at 12.9 of the MIQ. Sorry, I might just take you a step back on that. So in terms of capacity then, none of the site allocations specify the quantum of floor space, do they?
No, ma'am.
No. And are you, what's the council saying? Is that where you, is that set out at 1121? And why is the council not identifying a minimum capacity figure within the policy wording, I suppose, is the question.
Sorry, ma'am. The testing was obviously the continual testing of site capacity in terms of floor space just hadn't been carried through into the allocation, but as mentioned before, happy to do so.
I think it would probably make the policy effective to have a minimum figure stipulated within there. So yeah, I think you need to make that as an action point.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
For all of the allocations going forward, because it just can't be, if you're then going to say, should the plan be adopted, well, you go to 11.2, one of the supporting texts to see the capacity. That's not, I would suggest that's not going to be effective. So apologies, I interrupted you there. If you go through the criteria in terms of 12.9 for this site.
Just to clarify on that point, Mum, that's around the employment floor space capacity.
No.
The residential floor space, or the indicative residential capacity, is listed in the allocations.
Whereabouts, sorry?
So for the first OA1, it's over the page,
apologies,
sorry.
yeah, okay.
But
So-
I think your point still stands for employment capacity.
No, not for employment. I think it's so, but I think it's that bit should be expressed as a minimum.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So for OA1 is Queen's House Car Park. The allocation is for an existing multi-level car park. In terms of the questions, we believe that the site boundary is correct as drawn. The allocation looks to provide for an allocated use of leading land use residential and supporting provision of appropriate town centre uses and a re-provision of car parking spaces, given that it's a public car park. There are some main mods for that site which we'll offer.
What page are they on?
It's page 18.
Page 18. So you're saying the re-provision of the car parking is no longer necessary?
That's correct. Sorry.
Sorry, ma'am, just in relation to that, there is also the statement of common ground as well on the, and that does influence obviously some of the car parking sites in terms of what's been agreed with TfL.
Is that relating to this site?
Oh, yes, ma'am. So it's the TfL statement of common ground, page 16.
OA1,
Yes, OA1.
page 16.
And that does largely reflect the main modifications. Again, it was literally just getting that agreement between what we were suggesting as a modification at Reg 22 stage and the subsequent discussions with TfL.
Right, so let me just see your response on this site in terms of the existing use of that site. So originally, so what's in the Reg 19 plan is that you're suggesting. This was one of the ones that they varied in the approach, so it just says re-provision of car parking spaces, and then development principles, re-provision of appropriate levels of car parking, both in relation to supporting redevelopment of the site and wider public car parking provision to serve the town centre must be demonstrated. And you're suggesting now that that's no longer sound. So it's so it's 390 spaces as existing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yeah. Have you completed any surveys of existing useful capacity? No, we haven't. Have you considered any implications for the removal for the allocated centre? And this is the statement that you made at 12.19.3. Is that statement applicable to this site? Because
No, ma'am.
no. So in terms of this site, has the council considered any implications for the removal of that car park in terms of the town centre?
Ma'am, this site is dealt with in terms of the response at 12.17.
12.17.
Which specifically lists the opportunity area sites. So the statements so the statement you referred to was essentially in relation to sites outside the opportunity area.
No, because the question raised at 12.17 was prefixed by all of those sites that I'd referred to on page 18. So that question 12.19, and then the 5 bullet points is in relation to all of the car park sites.
Yes, ma'am, and at paragraph 12.17.3,
Yeah.
we note that for the sites listed, it is now only proposed, with main modifications that are being proposed, is now only intended that any parking on that site would literally reflect London Plan compliant levels, rather than any necessarily other re-provision.
So I thought you were taking me to a main modification that the council's proposing that says the requirement for car parking re-provision would be deleted.
The specific reference to re-provision of car parking spaces is deleted, but they're in the Statement of Common Ground, and this is, again, page 17, it talks about if there is any public car parking to be on the site, it would need to be justified having account, or take into account the existing supply of town centre parking.
It's not quite the same thing then, is it?
Since Reg 19 sort of main modifications, there's obviously been subsequent discussions with Transport for London. and that's reflected in the statement of common ground in terms of what's proposed as a potential modification.
So, sorry, if you're expecting the car parking to be in accordance with the London Plan compliant levels of car parking, then why don't you just say that? I'm struggling a little bit because you haven't provided any information in terms of the use of this site, but given its size, I'm imagining it's one of the main town centre car parks. And you've said that it's a well-used car park. I mean,
it does, in terms of it as being a potential site, it's certainly identified in terms of the London Plan as a potential source of housing and additional development in terms of general car parking and looking at car parking sites. What the main modifications seek to do is to reflect that any loss of town centre car parking would need to have regard to sort of the existing supply of town centre car parking, and then there are subsequent proposed amendments to policy M2 in terms of how that would actually be sort of implemented as such. So that's yeah.
Sorry, what page is M2 on? Of this table? It's in the TL. It's in the Statements of Common Ground, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. What page is that on?
Sorry, ma'am, the most pertinent page is page 32.
32 of the Statements of Common Ground.
Yes, but that actually does sort of acknowledge, and this is something I imagine will be discussed in next week in Matter 9 in terms of the actual wording that is proposed in Policy M2, because there are still some outstanding issues which are, or concerns by TfL which are documented as outstanding matters in terms of Policy M2.
Right, well, let's not get into, let's try and focus on the site allocation. I don't want to get into what policy M2 might say. But so in terms of this Statement of Common Ground, you consider that wording would mean that car parking would be re-provided, as you've said, at 12.17.3. It would be re-provided in terms of London Plan compliant levels of car parking.
Yeah, ma'am, the council's sort of approach on this side.
Mr. Hughes, sorry, please just answer the question. Your MIQ statement says, as such, sites, blah, 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 including this site, are all proposed to have London Plan compliant levels of car parking, which have been included in the capacity assessment. Is that what the council is saying?
No, sorry, ma'am. OA1 is listed paragraph 12.17.5.
Point 5.
So essentially that is the council is proposing a policy that acknowledges that any loss of existing town centre parking will need to have regard to the overall parking requirements in the town centre.
What's AO 1 and 6 mean?
That should be OA 1 and 6.
OA 1 and 6. Sorry, well, we are going to have to look at matter 9. So you say this is set out at matter 9. What are you proposing then for this town centre? A different parking approach?
It is essentially recognising that in terms of any loss of public town centre car parking, it should have regard to an approved or an agreed town centre parking strategy, or determined at the time a planning application is made.
Right, but surely the time for understanding how these car parks are being used is now for this examination, isn't it? You wouldn't expect a planning application to are you suggesting that wording goes into this allocation? Because how are you going to translate that to other allocations within those centres and how those come forward in terms of the timing?
That would be covered in the amendments to Policy M, or the contents of Policy M2. And then obviously in terms of the actual site allocation itself, that would be assessed in accordance with Policy M2.
And that's page 32. Did you say page 32?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Right, so sorry, this isn't, these are all the matters that you haven't agreed on, is it?
Yes, that's
so
correct.
I've got 4 columns, TfL comments, Harrow's response, TfL comments, Harrow's response. So is it the final column? That's what you're asking me to look at? May 2025.
That is, the final 2 columns are effectively where we've got to in terms of the outstanding matters. So a significant proportion of the matters and concerns that were raised by TfL have been addressed. But then obviously there are some outstanding matters. But in terms of the council's approach, it would be set out in the right-hand column, the May 2025 column.
Right, well, we'll come to the wording of what's set out on page 32, but taking account of that, just deleting re-provision of car parking spaces isn't, in terms of this policy, is not going to be reflective of what you're proposing there, is it?
Sorry, ma'am. In terms of this specific site, I'm drawing you back to page 17.
Yeah.
That is, on the right-hand side, that is the agreed wording in terms of this particular site with TfL.
Yeah, I can see what you've said on page 17, and what I'm asking is that going, you think that wording is going to achieve what you've said in terms of looking at a wider parking strategy?
When read in conjunction with Policy M2, yes.
Could you reread the wording that's on page 32 and what you're proposing on 17, please? Whilst you're doing that, Miss, how am I pronouncing your surname? Is it Yane or Yan? Yan? Jane, okay. Apologies.
Hi, I just wanted to while it is in matter 6 on 12.19 question, but it is a common point that could address some of the discussions that are happening now in terms of the strategic approach in London plan to consider making best use of land and considering sites that are in well-connected areas.
Yeah.
So in that regard, considering the car parks for development without thinking about and then understanding what could be the parking provision. So it's about behavior change. It's about if the parking is not provided, are there other means of accessing the town centre, which this one looks like it's in PTAL 6A. So PTAL 5 and 6, as per the London plan, should be car-free policy.
Yeah.
So while I understand the current use of car park should not be determining what the future requirement or demand for parking is, because there are other ways to access the town centres, and this is looking at the best use of land as well as trying to incorporate behavior change. So in this regard, that's why our recommendation to delete the re-provision aspect, because that's conforming with the London plan policy. So I just wanted to point to 12.19, our answer in point 5A and B, which should I read it out? Or?
I've got your statement open, actually. The reason I'm asking the question is because the car parking is obviously important to the vitality and viability of the town centres in terms of what's happening as existing, and I'm trying to understand if the council have undertaken any assessment of that in terms of there's quite a number of car parking sites coming forward, and therefore what that means for the borough as a whole. And in the context of this site and this question, it's to do with the effect that might have on, so for example, shopping patterns of people arriving. And I appreciate it's in a very accessible location as well, but without the council understanding the use of that car park, and the MIQ responses are very generic on that. It's I'm trying to look at everything in the round.
On the point on vitality of the town centre that's related to the car parking, I think there is evidence that just removal of car parking wouldn't directly affect the vitality of the town centre, and that's an argument TfL makes across London, where the town centres are in well-connected locations. So
I don't think the council have produced anything to that effect in terms of this examination, because they don't know how the car park's being used. That's the point.
I think that's evidence that was part of the London plan examination, which makes that point that the correlation between town centre and car parking being the driver of vitality, they are two separate points, especially in well-connected locations. If a parking is provided, people will use their cars because there is space to park.
Yeah.
But if they were not provided, they would look at alternative ways of accessing the town centres, which will in turn improve the walking and cycling active travel. So there are opportunities to improve other ways of accessing that would help the mode share for the council, and also address the wider aspects of
Yeah.
some of the representatives were talking about pollution and stuff. So
Thank you. Okay, well, I think we're going slightly off tangent in terms of OA1. So has the council re-looked at 17 and page 17 and 30 and what you're proposing there?
Yes, ma'am. So we've had a re-look at that, and also obviously listened to the discussion around TfL and the points you've been making in terms of vibrancy and vitality, which again is, you know, from an LPA's perspective, one of the tensions we've been trying to deal with in terms of TfL's sort of overall sort of strategic objectives, but also the role that, you know, town centre car parking can play. And some of the wording actually in terms of policy M2 is outstanding, reflects the fact that there is still some discussion in terms of how, the role that the car parking plays. There, in terms of that tension, in terms of the modifications on page 17,
Yeah.
it's a valid observation that you've identified in terms of that potential tension. And
Sorry, I missed that.
It's a valid observation that you've made in terms of the potential tension there. And therefore, there is that sort of potential need to see if that agreed wording actually is achieving the sort of policy M2 in terms of the desire to manage town centre car parking any loss in accordance with the an agreed sort of strategy or any work at application stage. So I mean, it is, yeah, so essentially there is that sort of tension that probably actually reflects itself in terms of the actual statement of common ground. And
Right, so what are you saying then? Do you want me to take away what you've said or what TfL have said and come up with a solution? Or do you want to put forward something that you think is going to address it?
Ma'am, it could certainly be strengthened in terms of a cross-reference to M2H in terms of how that actual requirement would operate.
Which other allocations, other than the, would this cross-reference be impacting in terms of the wording on page 30, on page 30, so it's specific to, sorry, page 32, Metropolitan District. Oh, it's going to be all of them, isn't it? Because it's strategic transport. It's going to be the car park sites, the station car park sites as well, is it?
No, ma'am. In terms of the town centre sort of approach, the only other two sites that would be relevant is OA6, which is the Green Hill Way car park, which again is a town centre public car park, and then OA12, Pill Road car park.
Peel Road. Is that what you said, Peel Road? OA12?
Ah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but sorry, but the wording as you're proposing on M2 says on sites with existing public car parking in the metropolitan district centres or at strategic public transport or leisure nodes. So surely that would be the station car parks we're going to come on to look at as well. So are there any, so it's probably more straightforward question, are there any car park sites that you're saying that that proposed amendment wouldn't apply to?
Yes, I remember. It would, the table at 12.18, point 1 would be the relevant list.
12 point. So those are the ones that would, so any that aren't listed there would not be, is that what you're saying? That would, Emma 2 wouldn't apply to. So,
if I might try and clarify, we have, we're content with the London Plan parking standards as set out in the London Plan on all of the sites except from OA, the sites at 12.18, where we think there's need for further consideration to ensure a managed approach to the town centre car parks, which would be OA 1, 6 and 12. The Byron Quarter site in regards to the potential strategic leisure function, which might need a specific parking approach. And then the 2 stations at Cannons Park and Stanmore Station, and also the Amner Lodge site, which is in the district centre of Stanmore. Apart from that, the other sites we've agreed with TfL can just be the London Plan's parking standards. That would be our approach as set out in the modifications to the plan.
So I'm just going to list these ones out as I've set them out on page 18. So it's OA5, OA9, OA11, OA15, O1, O3, well, all of the outside the opportunity area sites bar 21 and 22. Is that right?
20, 21 and 22.
Sorry.
23, 22?
20.
So 20 is...
Sorry, 20, yeah, 20's not listed, yeah.
So,
Except
sorry, I
21.
think there's a typo in the table at 12.18 where it says OAO, well, it should say O20.
Cannons Park.
Yes.
So that should be O20, okay.
Correct.
And 20. Okay, so for those listed, just so I'm clear, those listed at 12.80, so that the baseline for all the other sites is compliant with London Plan parking. Then the sites listed at 12.18.1 is you're envisaging a management strategy along the lines of what you've set out at M2.
That's correct.
I'm just going to look at M2 just whilst we're here. Thank you. So this is Part B, sites which serve, I can't see that text in there, sites which serve. What's the text you're deleting? Oh, it says delete sites which serve wide catchments. I'm on the final column, page 31 of the Statement of Common Ground. So I'm just looking at Harrow's response, May 2025.
I was looking at page 17 of the notes.
So I think, as far as the council's concerned, the latest version of policy M2 is on page 17 of the mods. So it's an other mod.
Okay, I'm going to reflect on whether I think that that wording needs to be in these allocations as well, or a shorter sentence to reflect what you're suggesting there in terms of M2. So that will be an action for me. And sorry, when we're also going through these sites, could you also highlight if it is a 5-year site as well? That would be helpful to me. So where is this one in terms of the trajectory? OA1?
I know it's 6 to 10 years.
6 to 10. Sorry, are you taking that from the policy, or is that updated since when we went through all those, the Matter 5 statements?
I mean, that's from the allocation, but it's also reflected in Statement 5A.
Right, so this isn't one where you're saying 6 to 11 or anything like that?
Yes, that's correct.
Pardon?
As in, there's been no change from what was in the Reg 19 version of the plan, and also what was in our written statement on Matter 5. So Appendix A of Issue 8.
Okay. When you say heritage, is this the approach that you've done on all of these?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so, I mean, do you consider protected viewing corridor as a heritage? Yeah. Okay, and the reference to the tall building study, why is that necessary within the policy? Is that something that you've done on all of the sites that are allocated in the tall building zones?
I believe all the allocations in the tall building zones will have that reference. There's useful mapping in there to help developers and applicants understand site movements of building height. So that's why it's reflected. That's reflected in there for them to as a wayfinding.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further comments on OA1. So OA2 is Harrow on the Hill Underground and bus stations. Do I still need the statement of common ground open then, if you're saying that the main mods is the most up-to-date position, or do I still need that document open?
Sorry, ma'am, in terms of any parking-related matters, the statement of common ground with TfL would be the most current one, because the main mods...
No, you just told me that what was in the main mods was the wording that was being proposed, not what was on this statement of common ground. You just referred me to page 17 of that document. That was literally 5 minutes ago, because I was reading totally different wording on the statement of common ground, and I was told no, it's in the main modification schedule. So is that not correct? This is why if you just do it on one table, it's really simple, and when we go through the sites, it's a really straightforward exercise because everything is on one table. And then we're not having to paper chase through. I've now got 9 tabs open on here.
So the statement of common ground is the most recent document, and therefore that's the current one. And the reference I made to, and I may have misunderstood which document we were looking at, but page 31 is in relation to the statement of common ground.
Right, so put the change, and I'll just say, repeat where I was then about 15 minutes ago, which says further suggested wording to Part B, where it says sites which serve wide catchments. That isn't in Part B of the policy already, so it doesn't make sense.
That, ma'am, is essentially, the preamble to that is to move Part H up to and replace Part B in Policy M2.
Right. When we do the session next week, next Tuesday, just reproduce as a track change M2 in its entirety with what the council is now proposing. So not the paper trail, but what the council is proposing in terms of M2. And what you literally type out the whole policy as existing, and then you track change and strike through what you're deleting and do the new text in either bold or red, whatever you want to do. And if we have to return to that matter in terms of these allocations, then we might have to do that, but hopefully not. But just one piece of paper with policy M2 on. So OA2, so I do need the statement of common ground still open then. Right, so this is 88 existing bays at the station, is that right? And this was one where the boundary was incorrect, is that right, Mr. Russell?
The boundary we're content with.
I thought you said in your representations concerns that the boundary is not correctly drawn.
I don't think, but not for this site in
Not
our
for this
statement. There is a discrepancy I've noticed where the capacity study so the boundary shown in the local draft local plan reflects what we submitted in our call for sites.
Right.
But the discrepancy I've noticed, it doesn't include the college land, which is included in the capacity work. So that's maybe a matter for the council. I mean, we don't have a strong view whether that land is included. It wasn't part of our call for site submission. It's not within our ownership. There is, moving to parking, I was doing a walk around the site yesterday actually, and there is one notable difference. So with the surface car park, we in our statement mentioned there was 80 odd spaces, paying display spaces, with I think 4 disabled, of which 4 is disabled. That's actually gone down to approximately 50 because there's been some form of electricity substation type development within our. So what I was basing those figures on has actually been superseded. So there would be less of a reduction. There'd probably be a need to just go and count the spaces because what we have on file doesn't appear to be exactly what's there in the present state. And then the other car park.
So sorry, just let me note this then. So what do you think it is roughly
It's
now
approximately 50 within 50. The surface car park, which are pay and display SABA. That's not reflected in what's on SABA's website and our mapped records, which is what I based. So I can send in an addendum to my statement if that's helpful, just to confirm.
You don't need to do that. I've noted that today.
The other car park within our site allocation is the multi-storey, and that's slightly different because it's staff operational staff car parking at ground floor. There's about 40 odd TfL staff car parking spaces, and then on floors 1 and 2, it's permit holders only, and it's leased to a business.
Mm-hmm. So 50 spaces open to
public. Yeah,
to public.
That's
use.
correct.
Yeah.
And I can provide some comment now or after the council about what would be our approach to a site like this. Albeit it's in the metropolitan town centre, as set out in our statement, we would only seek to re-provide essential operational staff car parking and disabled car parking. And the reasons for that is obviously the London Plan emphasis for making the best use of land in very good sites that are very accessible by public transport. So obviously it's a metropolitan town centre site, opportunity area site. It has a PTAL of a public transport access rate of I believe it's 6A, so that's nearly the highest. Mm-hmm. It's got very high frequency bus and tube and rail access, so it wouldn't be viable to re-provide the 50 spaces and deliver the intended high density residential led development. Looking at the site boundary, it's evident that that's the case. There wouldn't be enough space, and we think that the loss of 50 spaces would be justified in this type of location because of the locational characteristics of the site, where it is in terms of growth and the opportunity area status and PTAL, but also because we'd be delivering the public transport improvements that the site allocation requires.
Which are what?
And that specifically is there's step-free access at the station, but there isn't at the southern side. So from the northern side you have step-free access, but you do not from the south, and that's a key ask alongside public realm improvements and also the modernisation of the bus facility. So with that potential increase in capacity, if that was required, and modelling showed we needed to deliver that in partnership, it would be an operationally led mixed-use development. So we would work with our bus colleagues within TfL to agree a strategy for the bus station to enhance it. we wouldn't get the go-ahead without doing that. So, and we found on other sites, as my colleague Brendan will kind of elaborate on when we go to the other site allocations which he's working on, we've had this experience in many accessible sites within our portfolio where we've had to do parking surveys to understand the occupancy, but most importantly, where people are coming from and whether they could come by other means.
Mm-hmm.
And those have gone through appeals, and there's useful inspectors' reports which we've cited in our statement, where those issues have they have usefully played out on the application side because it's so site-specific, it's so locationally specific. It's very difficult for the council to kind of prescribe, I think, a figure here. So kind of the flexible-ish wording that allows these issues to be, because there'll inevitably be points of concern locally that need that scrutiny at a greater detail at application stage. But I come back to the broad principle, which we would not want to have to re-provide car parking, pay and display car parking right next to a transport node because of its location, and that wouldn't be in line with the London plan. So we wouldn't propose a development like that on this site. We would only re-provide the essential TfL staff operational car parking and disabled persons parking for obvious reasons, because those would be seen as essential must-haves.
Okay, the reference, we'll come back to the points that you've raised, but the reference to an improved pick-up drop-off point on the south side, is that also...
Yeah, I mean, looking at the development considerations, the requirements and principles and infrastructure, we're content with all of what's in the site allocation. We think it reflects what would be required locally and what we'd be seeking to expect a scheme to deliver. Because obviously, at the point in time where we bring forward a site such as this, it's on pause at the moment. But in the future, if we were to bring it forward actively with a development partner, we would not only do that with the council and the local highways authority, but also TfL spatial planning, bus colleagues, taxi colleagues, step-free access colleagues. It would be a kind of package of transport interventions that we'd be wanting to do as TfL would want to be doing. So yeah, we were satisfied with the requirements that are set out. I think I can come to other matters, but I think we've kind of touched on it, that the residential capacity, we either support it being minimum or indicative, but obviously not a maximum.
No.
But I think that's agreed by everyone. And the boundary shown for us reflects our ownership, so we're not proposing any additional boundary, just a matter for the council perhaps to reflect on whether it matches what their envisions for the whole area is. Yeah.
There seemed to be quite a discrepancy between what the council is saying and either yourself or your other TfL colleagues are saying about car ownership in the borough. I think you're totally polar opposite on that.
Yeah, I think there is probably a car ownership points more for my transport colleagues, but
Right.
in terms of my experience of development sites, I mean, I'd probably echo what Monica was saying, is we don't try and do a predict and provide approach, i.e. people are using it, there's lots of car ownership. We have to operate in the context of the Mayor's transport strategy, which has quite, modal shift targets, established planning policy, and this would be a major development which would be GLA referable, so there would be that level of scrutiny that we'd have to comply with in terms of policy objectives vis-a-vis transport. So the things that we mentioned would be a given in terms of public transport improvements, but it would also be a given that we wouldn't be able to do that alongside high levels of pay and display parking. The emphasis would instead be encouraging people to use active and sustainable travel modes, public transport ideally. because the site is so located, you know, it's right on top of and adjacent to a train station and high frequency bus station. So we'd be looking at the capacity of that, obviously, but the emphasis would be that
Sorry, where are you getting the reference to re-provision of pay and display parking from?
From policy, which talks about the ones that we were discussing. It's not in the site allocation, so
No.
I just want to make clear that we're wholly supportive of that. We're wholly supportive of the fact that this site isn't listed in the exceptional sites that the council's flagged and
No.
did some. So we're just wanting to make it clear the type of development we would be promoting in this location, and the main reason for saying that is to ensure that whatever gets agreed in terms of the parking policy, I forget it.
M2.
Yeah, doesn't apply to the pay and display, the 50 spaces in this location, or there is sufficient wriggle room for us to assess that in a kind of in and around at application stage, and justify a high density scheme which only seeks to re-provide the staff car parking on the site and the disabled, because otherwise the development wouldn't take place here. There simply wouldn't be the viability or the space for it. It's not physically possible, but it also wouldn't meet our policy objectives. So
No. Which is the site then that you've said that the boundary is incorrect? Apologies, I must have got that wrong.
I think that's one that is outside of the opportunity area. So my colleague Brendan, who's attending tomorrow's session, has mentioned that. This site is our only site in the opportunity area, but we're happy with this boundary, and that reflects our call for site submission.
So does the council want to come back on? I don't think you're probably potentially being asked to come back on anything there. Unless you're going to tell me that there are any proposed changes.
Yes, ma'am. Just a general comment from me about the tension that you've identified on car parking and the position that Transport for London understandably are taking up from a strategic point of view. This is not an uncommon feature of most outer London boroughs, in my experience, where I've worked. So it's no surprise that we are having that discussion about the tension between modal shift, looking to reduce or eliminate all unnecessary public parking. And I think we've respected, as part of the plan that we are putting forward, position Transport for London have taken up from a strategic point of view. Their advice to us is in the public domain as well, that their experience is that eliminating public parking doesn't impact on the vitality and vibrancy of town centres. We are not looking to take that issue on. We are happy to accept that position as a matter of principle, but we would be looking at individual applications as and when they come in, and discussing those with applicants on a site-by-site basis. So that's where we have landed in terms of the broader issue of the tension between should we be retaining a certain level of public parking within the town centre or not. I think on the issue of the site boundary here, there was actually a change in my recollection between what I was seeing originally when the site was brought forward. It's not material to this discussion, I don't think.
Right.
Where the change happened was that there was originally a red line which crossed all the railway lines to join the north and south of the sites together.
Yeah.
There has never been any discussion or intention by TfL or us for overline residential development or any development in that sense of the railway station itself. So the lines were separated in order to reflect that it's not intended there should be overline development at this location. But I think in terms of final comment on parking, we are looking to comply with our strategic plan, the London plan. We're looking to comply with where TfL are aiming to go in terms of reducing public car parking, but we will consider every case on its merits. And I think that should be a general comment for all the opportunity area sites, to be honest, because
but this one in particular, because we will potentially discuss an alternative approach on some of the other ones, but this in particular is in a very accessible location in terms of bus provision.
The only comment I would make on that is that it's interesting to note that TfL want to provide staff car parking on a site which is extremely on top of well-serviced public transport, whereas we would be, they are looking to resist that kind of provision elsewhere.
But at the moment, the way the policy wording, unless you're going to tell me no, something else is proposed, is silent in terms of re-provision of anything. Yeah. Yeah. Ms. Jane?
So we would go by the London Plan operational parking standard. So it says parking for vehicles which are required for the function of a building or the activities within it. This can include spaces for fleet vehicles, taxis, or loading bays, but does not include parking for personal travel, such as commuting. So we would go by the London Plan definition, and if the application comes in, we would sort of comply with that. So to your point, that's what we will look
That's
at.
helpful. Thank you.
That kind of repeats what I was going to say, actually, so it's very helpful. We would go by the operational parking and try and manage that down, because clearly there's about 46. They're not all operate. They might be train drivers, or they are fulfilling a vital transport function by helping London move around. But I think we would have to have a discussion with the unions to make sure that was recognised as similar to many other sites, and ensure that it's only operational car parking spaces and disabled parking. So that'd be a hugely reduced number compared to what's there at the moment.
Okay, so just final comment on that one. So that one is one that you're saying London Plan compliant parking. Yeah. Okay. You need to update the development time frame without it being into 2. Yeah. And then OA3, 15 to 29 College Road. This is the existing Harrow Baptist Church. I'm not sure the description you've given here is necessary for effectiveness, so I would perhaps look to reduce that down in terms of reference to what's previously been a site allocation. So it's an existing residential, retail and church building. So I'm going to make another suggestion on these as well, that you just delete the site source line. That's not necessary for the policy to be effective. So this is any update on the 11 to 15 years? Oh, apologies. Sorry, I should have picked that up on OA2. The Thames Water issue on OA2. So sorry, we are coming back to OA2. So I asked a specific question about Thames Water and whether you'd had any direct consultation with them in terms of their representations made. So that's at 12.2. You said their concerns are regarding the time it's going to take. That was in your response.
Yeah, Ma'am, in terms of the Thames Water response, yes, that's essentially what they are saying in terms of there's not necessarily a capacity issue, but they would just need to model in terms of some of the sites where they identified a RAG status being read.
So you don't think it's necessary to reference that within the allocation then?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of infrastructure, that would assist in terms of the effectiveness of the allocation.
Yeah. Okay. Could you make a note to do that in terms of the other red sites that they've allocated, that they've flagged? Yeah, thank you. So sorry, apologies for that. So back to 083. So this will include the reprovision of the social infrastructure. And this is also 11 to 15 years. Is that right? Has that been updated?
Sorry, Mum, yes, it is 11 to 15.
It's 11 to 15, is it staying the same? Okay. Okay, and then you've just repeated what you've put on the previous allocation at 302. So I don't have any further comments on OA3. So OA4 is, how do you pronounce that? Havelock Place? Havelock Place. So this is so which, is this a phased scheme? Why has it got the development time frame across all of them?
There's a spread in timeframes just by reason of the active interest in part of the site and the non-active interest in the remainder of the site.
So what's the is the 294 based on the totality then, or?
So it's 323 is the totality, 75 is anticipated.
So I've got indicative residential capacity 294.
Which one is?
Ma'am, if you remember, this did come up earlier in the week, I believe. I think it was this week, if my memory serves me correctly, where we were talking about 75 dwellings coming forward in the first 5 years.
Right.
And you asked for confirmation that were we sure of that
Yeah.
at the time. So we just contacting the owner of that part of the site who wishes to bring it forward early to confirm whether the 75, we can give you evidence that it will be within years 1 to 5. And we're waiting for their response at the moment.
Okay.
So there's a 294 for the whole site, 75 hopefully in years 1 to 5.
Okay, so when you have that clarification, then that
we'll
amend that accordingly, yeah. And probably under development principles, I don't think the last sentence is going to be necessary if that's something that you've continued on other ones. Okay, OA5 is Station Road East, Harrow. And if you can just clarify that the 6 to 10 years correct, and this is housing and other appropriate town centre uses.
Both of those statements are correct.
Yeah. Anything else to raise on OA4? I'm expecting, as we're going through these, that the council are alerting me to any main modifications. So nothing else on OA4. So OA5. So OA6 is Green Hill Way. So just remind me what you're saying then in terms of this one and the parking.
Ma'am, at this stage, I think we're just proposing to take out on page 309 of the local plan the supporting land uses. We're just leaving it as leading land use and town centre uses. I didn't think that we don't...
Sorry, say that again.
On page 309, where it says allocated use, which is residential and town centre uses.
Yeah.
There's a whole then list of things which may be supporting land uses. We're not confident that adds anything to the proposed allocation, so we're going to delete that section. That was the only change that I think we're going to make to that.
Okay, and is that, you're going to apply that consistently across them? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And as this is car parking, just remind me what you're saying in terms of this site, what we've discussed this morning. So my note is that, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is London Plan car parking compliant, but the extra tier of the local management strategy reference, whatever wording is agreed on that. So what does this car parking currently serve? Is it just the town centre or?
Yeah, it's a town centre car park site, so it's quite a central location.
Right.
As you can see, Ma'am, this particular allocation covers a whole range of other land ownerships.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the there's some vacant buildings in here which we're looking to redevelop, but the grey area is the car park.
Yeah.
Just a very large surface car park, which could be made better use of in terms of contributing to the development of the town centre. There is, just for your information, in the top right-hand corner of the grey area, a meanwhile use which has been built on part of the car park
Right.
recently and now just opened. And that's a temporary planning permission to make good use of the space while we decide what the future will be.
Okay. This part about the Harrow Council Leisure Centre, is that necessary, or is that now fallen away?
It hasn't fallen away yet. The council's in the middle of debating what the future of the Harrow Leisure Centre should be. At the moment, there's a very large strategic leisure centre with a range of wider uses.
Mm-hmm.
At the Byron site,
Yeah.
Porter site. The council wishes to provide a new leisure centre for the borough,
Mm-hmm.
which would include a new swimming pool. It's looking at different options as to where that might go and hasn't yet decided, which specific site that it owns it would wish to put them on. So that is why the intention of this allocation is to provide some flexibility for the future. It may end up staying where it is, somewhere along the Byron regeneration of that site,
Right.
or
Okay.
it may come here.
So what's reflected is still correct then?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this site is also one identified for additional GP facilities?
Yes.
Yeah.
The other side is closest to that.
Yeah. Okay, no further comments on that then. And then OA7, the Tesco Station Road. Car park. Been waiting patiently. So just to reiterate then, any discussions we are going to have are specific. This one, there's a current application on. It's specific to the allocation, not anything to do with the specifics as to the current application, which we're not going to be discussing. So do you want to fire away, Mr. Bottomley?
Yes, thank you. So the first point I wanted to raise was about the potential capacity of the site. So at the moment, that's at 500. I believe that was based off the call for sites consultation that we submitted representations to. So at the time the planning application had been submitted, was proposing 503 homes based on 12 stories on the corner of Station Road and going up to 13 in the centre of the site. I believe that the current site allocation represents or reflects that, the planning application at the time.
Right.
We've reviewed the evidence base, including the tall building study from 2024, which suggests that on the site they could have capacity for up to 15 stories. So what we'd like to promote is that the site capacity is increased from 500 to 550 to reflect the fact that it can go taller and that the evidence base supports that. We do have earlier versions of the scheme when we were at the pre-application stage that went to 16 stories, which had 367 homes, I believe. So I think the 350 level would reflect the height capacity of the site.
And then your second point was to do with the car parking, is that right?
Yes, it was. So the current planning application, so I appreciate, but just for context, the current planning application reduces the current car parking by about a third. And we would like to see that retained in the site allocation because there is a Tesco currently on the site, which is operational. The intention is to, an essential part of the site allocation is to provide that Tesco. And we're happy to accept a reduction in car parking spaces, including provision to potentially reduce that in the future as required. If click and collect and other changes in shopping patterns will result in reduction in car parking levels. However, the reduction in line with the London plan that's proposed in the amendments would result in a change to, I think, it'd be about 80 car parking spaces, which just wouldn't be sufficient to make the Tesco economically viable. There are exceptions in the London plan parking standards for existing sites, existing retail sites that require parking, and the benefits that would bring to the wider town centre in terms of linked trips, which was previously in the allocation but has then been removed in the modifications.
Sorry, I was just going to say that. So the text that says re-provide the existing supermarket and sufficient associated car parking. Are you saying that doesn't?
Yes, in the modifications. Let me just pull them up. So I've got lots of tabs open.
Oh yeah, with limited car parking. Okay.
Yeah, in line with the London plan.
Yeah. Okay, well the council can explain why they're putting that forward. Okay, Mr. Kapoor.
Just a question for Mr. Bottomley. Where is this evidence base? Where can I find that for the justification 15?
The tall buildings policy?
Yeah.
It is the 2004, and I've got it here. It's the Harrow and Wealdstone Opportunity Area Tall Building Study Part 1, February 2024.
Who actually commissioned?
Right, this is the session for the tall building study is tomorrow, I believe.
Okay.
So would that session will look at the specifics of that evidence base. So we'll probably stop you in terms of questions on that document, if that's okay. But do you have any specific questions regarding the wording of the site allocation for this site?
Not this minute.
No, okay. Mr. Cox.
Hi, just to respond about the parking, it's a live application at the moment, and I spoke to the TfL case officer, and they're working with Harrow case officers for the stage 2 response. But we're going to, we're happy with the modifications to the actual site allocation.
Okay. Ms. Bresky?
I was going to refer to the tall building.
Okay.
So is that to be part for tomorrow, or is this going to be changed?
Well, we're looking at the discussion that we will have on the tall buildings evidence is how the council have the methodology that they followed in terms of that and what the London Plan tells them, and therefore how they've allocated the tall building zone. So general questions about that evidence base will be tomorrow, but if you have a specific question about tall buildings on here and the wording that the council have here, then we're not going to return to the site allocations tomorrow, no.
So, okay, so I have a reservation about the ask to make it up to increase the height up to 16 stories. As it is, as we've discussed before, in the Station Road area, that's one of the sensitive areas, which the document you're referring to actually says tall buildings are not suitable in this area, and then gives a justification of an opportunity to of that site as justification to say that they can be there, which I think is contradictory. So the fact that they're asking for 16 stories goes against what's already in that study, and I don't think the evidence.
Okay, so all the policy wording at the moment says the site is located within a tall building zone, and therefore tall buildings may be appropriate. I don't think on any of the site allocations the council are proposing to stipulate heights, building heights.
But
so
they
that's.
Are in the tall building study. So Mr. Bottom referred to, they are in that tall building study. They do refer to heights of up to 15 stories.
It's up to 15 stories, yes.
And Mr. Bottom is wanting 16.
Oh, no, so I wasn't saying 16, I was saying 15 to reflect that study. I mentioned 16 because there are previous versions of the scheme where we did go up 16, which had greater than 350 homes, but we're proposing an amendment for 350 to reflect the fact of what could fit within the maximum 15 on the site. And that wouldn't mean 15 throughout the whole site, but that'd be 15 in the centre of the site, coming down towards the edges, as we're currently doing.
Yeah, but as the evidence you refer to, it actually says, it's contradictory. I'll just read the evidence because it says in one word, one sentence, it says tall buildings are over 7 stories are not suitable in this area, but we have an opportunity to intensify at this site. So we're going to go for 15 stories, which I don't think is a justification. An opportunity does not be presented as a justification for going against the evidence.
Okay, are you able to attend the session tomorrow on the tall building study? Yeah.
Yes.
I think the specifics of that study we will have to park until then, I'm afraid. But correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bottomley, I don't think you're suggesting that you want a specification with within the policy wording regarding the number of stories,
No.
are you? No.
No, but just that the capacity reflects.
The increase in capacity
yeah.
would be related to the
Yes.
increase in the height.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are related.
So Mr. Bottomley's suggesting that the indicative residential capacity is increased to a minimum of 550, not a minimum of 500.
Yeah,
That's
if they did that, then that would mean that it would be an increase in height.
Yes, but I think you were saying that the suggestion was the policy wording referenced specifically 15 stories, and that's not what's being suggested.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
Yeah.
it's being suggested, but it's suggested in a roundabout way, because to get to the 550, you would have had to do the capacity of 15 stories.
So let's just look at what the capacity study said on this particular site. If you have a page number from the council,
Yes.
that would be helpful.
41, I think.
41, thank you.
Is this 06A LVH?
Yeah, the appendix, 41.
I'm looking at different reports. So I'm looking at ABH01, which is separate.
Oh, no, yeah, we're just on the council's capacity study. So,
So can I have the document reference again so I can look at the same one?
it's Appendix A to Matter Statement 6. Do you have the page number for this site?
It's page 21.
Page 21. Sorry, I don't think it is. Oh, it's, yeah, sorry, I just realised that, thank you. Okay, so, is it useful for the council to talk me through the building heights that you've set out in there? And then how that's translated to what's in the plan?
Just a few words
Yeah.
from me on this. I can understand why it's quite difficult for both parties to keep referring to their application, which is live at the moment. But I really don't think I want to be drawn into that.
No.
In terms of the request to increase from 500 to 550, I don't believe I can agree to that amendment. There is a modification on OA7 suggesting the urban update capacity is from 463 to 509. I do think...
So where's that set out?
It's on page 5 of the main mods. At the site OA7 and the site allocations.
Yeah.
We're suggesting the urban capacity is from 463 to 509. We think it's important to stick to that because that's part of our methodology that Helen and Wag has taken you through. This is not this number is not based on a live application coming through, either a pre-app or a potential unknown pre-app which might be coming through later. So what's in the plan at the moment would be a minimum, so a minimum of 463 to 509, and I think that I'm content for that to stay where it is in terms of the local plan. In terms of the whole issue of this, what does the tall building study say? I think it's best left as you suggested to tomorrow's discussion on that. I don't think there's any further need to change this allocation as it currently stands. What is there is appropriate for the local plan, and if there's a need to change the tall buildings study and advice tomorrow, then we're happy to look at that as and when that arises.
Right, but it might be useful for Miss Rescue's benefit to just talk through the blocking in relation to this particular site.
Thank you, Mum. Yeah, I'm happy to talk through what's outlined within this document, but I would like to reiterate that this does not prescribe how development will come forward on this site. This is one option. When the site is delivered, it will not necessarily look like this. It will not necessarily sit at these heights. I just would like to make that clear. So on the periphery of the site, the building stories range from 4 to 8. 4 stories is obviously the lower, sits around where it's adjacent to the back gardens of the Metroland character of 2 stories. The 8 stories sits on Station Road, where the adjacent buildings are 4 and 5 stories. An increase of 3 stories on a portion of Station Road is not significant. And then it steps up to taller heights of 12 and 13, which are fairly minimal kind of towers in the centre.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but from a practical point of view, you can still see the towers and they will have effect. As far as the stepping up, why not start at 2 stories on Hamilton where it is 2 stories to be in line with that and then step up? I think that the starting heights are too high and the finishing heights are too high.
Okay, so we're going to go back round in terms of this allocation, and then I'll ask the council to respond on the parking point and any additional new points. So, Ms. Ibrahim.
Well, I think following on from Irene said, no matter what height we're talking about, we're going to be absolutely dwarfed at Roslyn House, which is 150 yards away. People will not be able to see daylight. It's going to be a horrible sight for us to see. I'm puzzled as to this gentleman. You were on a webinar, I think on the 29th of June, saying 480, and now it's gone up to 550. I don't want to get into an argument about that, but can you see how we're worried about this? Because we are only 150 yards away from you. And the residents there are in their 70s to 90s. I don't know how long you think this development will take, but a lot of them will not be able to live that long for it to be built. So when you say these numbers, it is so worrying and scary for us that it is difficult to comprehend how you can come by with just a small area with 10 buildings of that height. And from my point of view and from the residents' point of view, we are really scared about this.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Ibrahim, I'm going to stop you because
I know,
it's very specific to the planning application. But if there's anything that you would like me to take into account in terms of the development principles as listed on page 312, if you consider that they don't
I think from my point of view, if you could just do a site visit and you will be able to see what our anxiety is.
Okay.
It's not, the vision of it will speak volumes.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay, Mr.
Can I just add? And
Sorry, but when the council respond, just to reiterate, we're not coming back around in relation to this particular site. So any new points to raise, the council will be given one opportunity to comment on them. So
I would just wanted to say, in line with the tall study that you've done, I don't know why the up to 7 stories option has not been modelled.
Up to 7 stories.
Because the tall studies building says that any building up to 7 stories will be considered too high and that the area is already height sensitive. So why could we not have a model where we get heights up to 7 stories and see what that looks like?
Okay, I'm going to ask the council to reflect on that point and respond on it tomorrow at the tall building study. So, Mr. Kapoor, do you have any new comments to raise in relation specifics to the policy wording of this allocation?
It is to the wording, and maybe it's because I'm not professionally involved in all this. I'm trying to understand. Even a question to you, Ma'am, is what should a development principles section of a local plan include? Because it's quite, lack of a better word, wordy.
They're very wordy, yeah.
But I come from a very specific technical background where I want to make sure every aspect's covered off. So if I want to think about utilities, emergency services, traffic's the key word here. Should that be included in development principles so that that's actually analysed and assessed as part of whatever evidence base you've got for all this massive proposal? That's why I'm keen on understanding the evidence base for tall buildings, but also the wider impact in terms of infrastructure, traffic. It's a thoroughfare for emergency services. I hear sirens every 10 minutes where I live. This is only going to impact those emergency services getting through traffic. When you develop this site and you increase population, increase traffic, I had to get my local electricity supplier to change my meter last week. They they almost refused to attend my property because I couldn't provide them with parking. So this is only going to impact indirectly all aspects of the wider community, wider experience of living for residents in all aspects. So I just want to make sure, as part of this wider process, that all these detailed aspects of real life are actually covered. And this is where I struggle reading development principles, how that convinces me as a resident, as a stakeholder here, how it gets covered. So that's why it's almost a question. Is it just you're going to refer me to another document where you will study this in detail, or is this high level, or is this the final document that will be used as a guiding principle, as a checkpoint?
Yeah, so it is high level, and it is the wording. Should just perhaps highlight my role here is I'm not here to improve on what the council have already written. I can only recommend changes in terms of soundness. So that could be to do with making the policy, if it's not positively prepared or effective or justified. But I can't, my role isn't to improve on what the council have already done, so I really need to make that clear to you. But I do take on board the points that you've raised in terms of them being particularly wordy. But this would, if it is adopted, provide the policy basis for any planning applications coming forward in terms of the assessment of that site.
So my question is, what does improved frontage mean? What does improved pedestrian access? That's not specific enough for me. So, even if it's it's not within your remit to ask for increase in content, but the wording itself is vague. That's all I can say.
Okay. Mr. Bottomley, is it a new point?
Yes, just one final point. I'd just like to reiterate that it's a large brownfield site. There's currently very low density. It's an opportunity area. It's in the town centre and is well connected. In terms of the government's current priorities of sites that need to be delivered, this falls pretty close to the very top in terms of sites that can deliver. Currently have no housing and deliver housing. In terms of capacity, as is reflected by the tall building study, and I just wanted that to be taken into account. It's very much the type of site that the government and the GLA all have in mind in terms of a priority to deliver the 1.5 million housing that's been discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Bottomley. So I'll ask the council then to respond on those points, and then can you also set out to me why the suggested changes you've come up with in terms of what's in the main modification schedule, what's prompted those?
Thanks, Mum. I'll just cover the general points. I think you probably answered most of them. So just for Mr. Kapoor, in terms of some of the development principles, the improved frontage along there, you've rightly pointed out the difficulty in some of the movement along Hines Road. What the council, as part of these development principles, would like to see is some form of widening, being able to make pedestrian use of the area more easy than what is there existing, bearing in mind there will be a quantum of development on the site as well. And so that frontage to Hines Road should also, from a urban design point of view, look more appropriate, or be an improvement beyond a car park, and to ensure that those frontages are of a high quality, to improve that corner of the site. That's what those are meant. My colleague will pick up the points on the allocation, the mods.
So, ma'am, there's two sets of modifications here. So, in terms of the main modification document ED9, there is an update to the capacity number.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Page 5. So yeah. So that would essentially reflect the 509 in terms of capacity work plus the 10% uplift.
Yep.
So that's where 509 would come from. Then the second set of modifications is in the Statement of Common Ground with Transport for London. So that is on page 21 of that document. So ED 14. And then that is essentially reflecting the position on this site, that car parking provision should be in line with the London Plan standards, and also reflecting the point in terms of surface parking as well. So that is one amendment. And then there's also, in terms of the development principles, there's the deletion of the including use of the car park for linked trips.
Yeah, I don't think, from what I'm reading on here, that's what they'd originally said. It's at the top of page 22.
Yeah, I think in that case there was actually the cross out.
Oh, those, okay.
Yeah.
So we've got an operator here saying that the site is going to be coming forward for redevelopment, and the car parking provides a multi-function in terms of the town centre and link trips, as well as what shoppers may want to use it for. So, you're suggesting that that's what you put in the regulation 19 is no longer sound?
It is simply better aligning.
Pardon?
It's simply better aligning the site allocation with the London Plan in terms of the overall sort of approach. So,
Well, I can accept that in terms of referencing the London Plan standards. I'm specifically talking about the sentence, improve pedestrian access to the site and pedestrian links between the site and Harrow Town Centre, including use of the car park for linked trips. Why is that necessary to delete that for soundness? It's not in a highly accessible location, is it? It's a PTEL 3 to 4. Why are link trips something you don't want to encourage?
So, ma'am, in terms of the deletion, it's not necessarily required in terms of soundness,
It's
but
not.
it does relate.
Okay.
It does reflect the discussions with TfL.
Okay. Okay, noted. Sresky, I did say that we're not going to be coming back on this particular.
Aren't you talking about parking?
Yes, it is, but I said I want all the points, and then the council will respond in full. So, is it a new point?
Yeah, it's about parking.
Yeah.
I noticed that when we talk about things like building heights, it's accessible, but when it comes to parking, it's not accessible. So what is it? Because it seems like they want both ways. They want to have the high density of an accessible site, but the parking space of an inaccessible site. So it just seems
No, the parking standards in accordance with the London Plan. The sentence we're talking about is including use of the car parking for linked trips. Because of the location of this site, the council is saying that they are suggesting to me that that's being deleted, and I'm trying to understand why they've said that, but they've now confirmed that's not necessary for soundness.
So they confirm that it's in accordance with the London.
Yeah, it's in, yeah. Okay, well, that concludes the discussion on SA7. We're not quite where we should have got to, and I apologise now for running over quite significantly. So we'll have to come back and do 08, 9 and 10 straight after the break, I'm afraid, for those who've turned up for the 2 o'clock session. How long would the council be content with in terms of a break?
I think we could, I mean, as short as you think is appropriate.
Well, I'm content with 30 minutes, but if you're not content
Are
with
you
that,
happy with
then...
that? We're happy with 30
Okay,
minutes.
so we'll apologies again for slightly overrunning. We'll reconvene at 2:15, so the hearing's adjourned. Thank you. Okay, so 2:15, so the hearings are resumed. This is a continuation of the Matter 6 sessions concerning the site allocations. We were about to move on to 08A8, but I understand, sorry, I can't see your nameplate if you just... Mr Callaway is here for 0811, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So we'll probably just deal with that one, and then you don't feel like you have to stay if you don't want to.
That'd be much appreciated.
So we'll deal with that one in the first instance. Could I just, put the onus back on the council to introduce the site allocation, talk through what the development is proposed, whether the delivery timeframe is correct in terms of what you've told me in the previous matters session, and any subsequent modifications that are being proposed. So I'm expecting the council to lead in terms of these site allocations, okay? So if you could do that in terms of OA 11, please. It's the car park at Ellen Webb Drive. It's page 320. And obviously the representor has submitted an Appendix A to their statement with a number of proposed changes.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just to start with the mods, there are two in relation to car parking and to flood zone, surface water 3A. It's
And where
page
are these
20
set out?
Sorry, page 21 of the mods. Or, other mods rather than main mods.
Right, page 21, yeah. So in light of what you told me earlier, which was that you were going to have a line to say car parking in accordance with London Plan standards, is that superseding this?
It's the intention that this mod would produce a London Plan compliant parking provision.
Okay, but do you just want to have the consistent wording?
Agreed.
Yeah. Do you want me to repeat what I'm expecting the council to do? So introduce the site, yeah. Tell me what the site allocation is, what's being proposed. If there are any main modifications, if the capacity is reflected correctly, it's all the criteria at 12.9, I think it is.
Sorry, ma'am, the reason for the delay was we also need to draw your attention to the statement of common ground with TfL in terms of a proposed modification. But that essentially...
Right, let's deal with understanding what's been proposed for this site allocation.
Yep.
Then we'll move on to what you might have agreed with TfL in terms of the statement of common ground.
Thanks, Ma'am. So the site is the car park at Ellen Webb Drive. We believe that the site allocation boundary is drawn correctly. The site objective is for a major mixed-use development to provide for residential hotel. Those are the leading land uses. There's supporting land uses, but we've already made comment on how we'll deal with those going forward. The development time frame is still the same as set out in the allocation, 6 to 10 years. And the indicative capacity is 183 C3 or 282 C1 hotel rooms.
Okay, and we'll go through in point by point detail, but sorry, the uses, leading land uses, as you've put it, how have you identified residential and hotel here?
Well, the residential, obviously, there's the
Yeah,
need
it's the hotel bit.
Sure. So 2 avenues there. One being the London plan requires, under E10, 270 rooms per year over the plan period. The E10 requires rooms over the London plan period of 55,000 rooms. And then the local economic needs study, EBLE 01, sets out that Harrow requires 270 rooms over the planned period. So there's an identified need to provide for hotel. That's the basis for requiring or setting that out.
Right, so you've got an overall plan need, and then how have you arrived at this site being the appropriate site for that?
It's a town centre site, which makes it ideal for a main town centre use.
Okay, but you've got the representative advising that they're not intending to bring forward a hotel, and you've got many other town centre sites, so why this one?
The site had previously been considered appropriate under the current plan as hotel.
Right.
And so we have, in part, based it on continuing that as an appropriate site for
What's
use
in
for
the
site.
adopted plan?
That is, yes.
Right. In view of what the representative is saying in terms of what is likely to come forward on the site, is that a justified approach?
To meet the needs of Harrow, believe so, yes.
In terms of what the representative is saying about what they are intending to do with the site? I
So-
appreciate that Harrow has a need for a hotel site to be allocated. But what they've said here is they intend to pursue a major residential-led scheme.
So, and the representation is in relation to the co-living scheme. And based on that, in terms of need, as set out in the previous discussions on housing, it's not an identified need for the borough. Therefore, haven't continued with that as an explicit allocation to a leading land use. However, noting it is a form of residential, so there still is the avenue, if the case can be put forward, for such use.
Right, and then the point about appropriate town centre uses shouldn't be restricted to the ground floor. Is that a valid point, given it's a town centre use? Sorry, it's a town centre site.
Sorry, could you repeat that again? Sorry.
So the representatives raised concerns that you specify within the application appropriate town centre uses at ground floor.
That is completely appropriate, given it's a town centre site, yes.
Why are you restricting them to the ground floor?
See what it says. I mean, I think that's making the point that the ground floors, that's the most appropriate place to have town centre rather than a residential use, but it doesn't preclude the rest of the floors being appropriate town centre uses either.
Okay,
It's just
could I
making-
suggest you amend the wording to with appropriate town centre uses and improvements to public realm?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Callaway,
Just before we move off land uses, so Solent, they don't have any issue with hotel. being part of the allocation, but as it stands, they have no intent to bring it forward. So I would just say to the council, I wouldn't hang your hat on it as it stands.
Well, I think if yours is the only allocation in the plan,
And yeah,
they are hanging their hats on it.
and that's where my point lies really. I also wanted to just build on the residential scheme in terms of co-living. The site does meet all of the requirements subject to need. We disagree on that, but we believe we can demonstrate a need. So Solem's position is preferably they would like to see co-living included within the leading land uses subject to need.
I mean, we still consider the that the proposed potential allocation for it in terms of hotel is appropriate, given the timeframes for the actual scheme coming forward. And as we've heard, it's not an in principle objection in terms of the landowner for that.
So the separate point about co-living. I mean, would this site be within one of your identified 250 metres that you're concerned about?
That we don't have the information for. In terms of that particular proposal for it. I mean,
This isn't one of the ones that, sorry, we're talking about the same thing. The, what was the policy? The,
H09.
Man, one of the examples we gave yesterday was a different site allocation that is suggested for co-living, which is directly opposite another one. So in this case here, it is not directly opposite one, and I understand that is actually just beyond the 250 metres in terms of that.
so sorry, it is potentially one of the sites that would be falling under H09, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and is it one of the pre-apps that you talked about? You said there were 4 consented and there were 2 that were at pre-app. And you would be concerned about this concentration, over-concentration.
Yeah, maybe is a pre-app as well.
Is it, so it's one that would be falling within your concern about over-concentration?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sorry, I thought you said I can't confirm that. So what's your response then on the co-living?
Again, in terms of the site allocation for residential, that's our preferred use on that. Any proposal that came forward for co-living would be assessed against the co-living policy, noting that we're actually not looking to allocate any sites for co-living because we have very limited need for co-living. But that would not necessarily preclude an applicant bringing forward a site to be assessed against H09.
Calloway?
I think what we're after is just a bit of greater flexibility and comfort for potential JV partners. I'm happy for it to be subject to 809. It's just offering that level of comfort.
I think, well, the flexibility is there. I think just bearing in mind what Mr. Hughes has said, it can come forward, but it has to be assessed against H09. It doesn't need to refer to that. That's part of the policy, any part of the plan anyway. So it seems like that flexibility is there.
Okay. I'll have a think about that in terms of what's been said. Is it worthwhile you talking through the? On this representation, it says to be delivered within 0 to 5 years, and you're saying 6 to 10. I don't know if that got updated from the previous session.
We don't think it's going to have planning permission by the adoption point of the date of the site, so therefore it doesn't meet deliverable, therefore we're putting it 6 to 10.
Okay. And talk me through the car parking then. I still don't think the council are clear as to which modifications you're relying on. You seem to be switching between what's in the mod schedule and the statement of common ground. So I just want you to be really clear about what you're expecting me to look at.
If it relates to car parking, then the TfL Statement of Common Ground is more recent and reflects the current position in terms of any proposed modifications to those policies. So ED9 was the suggested modifications at Reg 19 stage, but there was continuous discussion with TfL post Reg 19 and post submission. So therefore, the most recent proposed modifications as they relate to car parking and other transport matters will be captured in the TfL Statement of Common Ground.
Right, so what are you suggesting in terms of this site then?
So in this site, ma'am, so page 22 of the Statement of Common Ground with TfL proposes 2 amendments. The first amendment relates to the development considerations, which would delete the reference to appropriate car parking provision. Again, that's just reflecting the fact that it'll be a London Plan compliant sort of car parking provision, and so appropriate car parking provision isn't necessary.
Sorry, which development consideration is this relating to? So you're suggesting, sorry, development principles. So you're suggesting that number 2 is deleted, is that right? They're not numbered, but...
Page 321.
Yeah, ma'am, so it's the development considerations, and it talks about requirements, and the first one at the heading is appropriate car parking provision, and that would be deleted.
What about the second paragraph? Does that stay the same?
So that, ma'am, is the first amendment documented in the Statement of Common Ground. There is also a second amendment on page 22 of the Statement of Common Ground, and that is essentially indicating car-free development except for disabled persons or operational parking requirements and then with care taken is continued on.
Sorry, where's with care taken? I can't see that. The development principles section starts, car parking will continue to be required, and then it's 5 lines long, and then it says whereby avoiding a blank and inactive frontage.
I think that's going to have to be an action point to rectify, because it doesn't, I think, as it reads, make, it's not clear.
But what are you telling me today in terms of what you're proposing?
Yeah, so what are you asking me?
Ma'am, in terms of the actual intention of the amendment, it is literally just to bring the provisions of the parking in line with the London Plan requirements. And so that the intention of the actual amendments was to delete effectively, and this is where, you know, it is the second paragraph where we're talking about car parking will continue to be required at a level that is supportive of both any new development and the Wealdstone District Wealdstone District Town Centre, Harrow Wealdstone Station, and appropriate levels. So effectively, that is the paragraph we need to revise to reflect our sort of position with TfL. But there is the actual reference in terms of the statement of common ground doesn't pick that up.
No, okay. But this would be so this is a town centre site, is it?
Yes, it's a town centre site now.
Yeah. So this must be falling in your extra one of the local plan management ones then, no?
I think there's a third mod on page 21 of the other modifications, which is quite easy to miss because it's within 2 more substantive mods. But in response to the site promoter's Reg 19 statement, we changed the current use of the site to vacant because it's already vacant, so it's not a car park at the moment. It's a vacant site at the moment.
Oh, okay. So where you say current use partly car park, that's incorrect.
It's now vacant. That's what the mod on page 21 says.
Yeah, so Solent's position is that it's been vacant for quite some time. So we're happy with that approach.
Okay.
And then we're also happy with the London
Okay,
plan.
so that falls away then. So, and then do you want to talk through the rest of your suggested any these other suggested changes that you want to pick up with the council?
I think potentially just the TBZ in terms of it's allocated for up to 12. We feel it might be a missed opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Do the council want to pick up that point?
I think in terms of tall building zones, I mean, they're underpinned by the local plan evidence base and design capacity testing. So we're content with what's set out already in the evidence base in the current version of the local plan.
And on the capacity work, what's been modelled here?
On the capacity study, it's showing heights ranging from 6 to 12 stories.
So can you just tell me why on the text that's being deleted about re-provision of car parking, is that being prompted by a discussion that you've had with TfL or prompted by the landowner's position that it isn't an existing car park?
Members, it is a combination of both. So obviously it's no longer serving a town. It's because it's being disposed of and it's no longer being used as a car park.
Yeah.
It's not essentially, and it's also not a specific town centre car park, it's more associated with the station. It's, and then also in the context of the discussions with TfL, those two lend themselves to that element being deleted.
Mr. Callaway?
So just for clarity, Solum is partly Network Rail.
Yeah.
So they have confirmed that the car park is no longer in use and they don't require it anymore. And it's agreed it was never to serve the town centre, it was always for the station.
No, okay. Okay, anything else you'd like to pick up and in terms of that allocation before we move back to 088?
That's it from me.
No, okay, thank you. I've made a note of the points that you've raised. So 088 then, back to finish off this morning's sites, which is the former Royal Mail Postal Delivery Office, Elm Grove Road, and it's page 313.
Thank you, Ma'am. To start with, there's no mods on this allocation.
Right.
We believe that the site boundary is correct. The indicative capacity is 18 C3 units with a development timeframe of 6 to 10 years, with the leading land uses being industrial and residential. So the site is a former sorting office for the Royal Mail, so as a sui generis type industrial use. And so any new development would need to address relevant industrial policies through co-location on the site.
Okay, and the specific questions I'd raised about planning permission has previously been refused for residential, questioning whether it's developable and whether the proposed uses are specific enough. I mean, what's the background there in terms of what's been refused?
So, in relation to the history of the site, there was a scheme to redevelop the parcel of land for 100% residential. I would need to go back through the records to get the exact figures in terms of housing numbers and heights of the proposal. The application, there was 2 applications from memory. They were refused for a number of reasons. As with regards to your question about whether the sites are developable, I believe they are, subject to the parameters that were considered at the planning appeal, in particular regarding the heights and scale which were proposed were actually too large. There were significant impacts on neighbouring residential amenity, overshadowing loss of light, daylight sunlight issues as a result of the scale of the buildings being too large.
But so what was the size of that scheme?
If you could, I can come back to you with regards to the story heights. It was an outline submission.
Oh no, not the story heights. Do you know how many units?
No, again, I'll just do a quick check.
Sorry, I thought you sounded like you were reading off an appeal decision. So it was an appeal, was it?
Yeah, there is appeal history and there are appeal decisions. So I can, if you can allow me to go.
Might be worthwhile to pop those in the examination library if you can.
If I may, I can come back regarding the actual figures, the numbers of dwellings.
Yeah. So how is the 18 units being arrived at then in terms of the heights? So this is not in the tall building zone?
In the capacity study, the maximum height shown on the site is 4 stories. Okay. And it is stepping up to that to take into account the surrounding context, but surrounding building heights range from 3 to 6 stories, I believe.
So when you say given the former and existing use of site, is it current? When you say currently in employment use, what is it, offices then, or what is it?
The existing, well, the authorised use of the site is a former sorting office for Royal Mail,
Yeah.
so sort of more logistics, but falling under sui generis, which was, from memory, determined through the appeal.
Okay, it says currently in employment use then, is that incorrect?
No, there is use on the site. There is an employment use on the, sorry, my colleague might be able to answer that one from the development management side of things.
So we've had a recent planning consent granted on this scheme for an MOT testing centre and a car showroom. So the former Royal Mail sorting office has been vacant for a number of years, 2 to 3 years. So there was a resolution to grant a planning application about 2 months ago at planning committee.
For a car showroom?
A car showroom and an MOT testing centre. So the existing building is being split, subdivided into 2.
So what's the council's thinking there then in terms of what's actually happening on the ground?
I mean, at the moment, it's continuing with an industrial use, and there's no preclusion of redevelopment of the site and any upward extension.
Industrial use, where are you getting that from? An MOT centre?
Or sui generis,
Yeah.
sui generis, but industrial type uses, heavier.
Okay, isn't the access constraints that you've referenced, isn't that going to be particularly tricky for industrial use there?
Depends on the industrial use, but ultimately it's being used as a sorting office with numerous vehicles in and out, car showroom, etc., as it is currently permitted.
Okay, so does the relevant planning applications section need to be updated then to reflect what you've just said? Okay, so that's OA 8, so OA 9. This is the large council-owned civic centre, is it?
Yes. There's a additional mod for this site just in relation to referencing flood zone.
Where's that?
Sorry, page 20, the mods.
So when you say surface level car parking, was that private then for the civic centre? That wasn't a pub, or was it one of these ones that was open at the weekends for public to use?
Sorry, Mum, where are you referencing to?
Current use, vacant former civic centre, surface level car park. It says associated with the former civic centre. Sometimes in civic centres, they then at the weekends open those car parks up for shoppers parking. I'm just trying to find out if that's how this operated, or was it just totally closed, and was it only for the civic centre to use? And was there any parking with the community uses?
The car parking, primarily obviously for the civic centre, but it was not, a lot of it was actually open, so it could have been available for other car parking uses, but it wasn't a managed situation that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I don't know of any formal agreements that the council had.
So is associated with the former civic centre correct then?
That would be the most accurate description, yes.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you just said that it was open to others to use.
That's its primary use, but parts of it are not secured, so there would be some informal parking. I'm not aware of any formal agreements to have it open.
Mum, if it's helpful, we can just confirm that point. It sounds like what Mr. Sayers is saying is that because it wasn't secure, people may have randomly parked there, but that's not the same thing, I think, as what you're asking, which is was it open to the public?
Yeah.
We'll just confirm that small point.
Okay. Right, and what's the council proposing here? Is the time frame correct? All those sorts of questions.
So the site boundary, we believe, is drawn correctly, accurately. In terms of the development time frame, that remains the same, just by reason of such a large site, and it will be split out and rephased development.
So you'll update that to reflect the figures correctly for the different timeframes.
Correct.
Yep.
And obviously the indicative figure is still the same, 1,139 C3 houses or units or equivalent. So leading land use is obviously residential. Supporting land uses, we've made note earlier from discussions about how to deal with those in terms of requirements and infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Is this the largest site you have?
The largest site in the borough under that will be allocated will be Kodak.
Okay.
OA 17, I think it is.
OA 17, okay. Just when we come back to that one, we might just look at consistency in your wording in terms of the open space reprovision and the NHS floor space. So, sorry, just the surface risk of the flooding reference then, if that's all that you're saying is changing on that.
That's correct.
Okay, that's OA 9 then, so OA 10.
OA 10 is the Worldstone Probation Office. There's a additional mod on page 21, which is again in relation to terminology of flood zone.
Yep.
That's the only mod we have. The boundary is drawn correctly. This is a council-owned site. It's former probation office. The development.
So you say the site is currently used as a parole office, and then you say current use vacant. So which one is it?
It's vacant, former probation officers.
Right, so you need to
Yes.
amend that then.
The development time frame for this we've moved. It was in the 1 to 5 bracket. Planning permission is not likely to be granted by the end of the year, so we've moved it to 6 to 10.
And this is a C2 site, is it?
Yes, correct. Is it 17? C2, yes, ma'am. 70 C2 residential units.
Hostel accommodation,
Yes.
yeah. So it's not in the town centre? Not within the town centre boundary? Doesn't seem to imply that it is.
Just checking, and no, mum, it's not.
No. So sorry, on development principles it says re-provision of employment use that is appropriate for a locally strategic industrial site. So this is one of those then, is it?
Yes, it is located within a locally strategic industrial site.
Okay. So I'm just going to check the your summary table. Okay. Don't have any further comments on OA10, so 11 we've dealt with, so OA12 is the Peel Road car park.
Peel Road is another part council. It's part council owned and part private. There are mods for this, additional mods on page 21 in terms of an additional development principle and car parking. Part of the site, yeah, is a multi-storey car park with a place of worship on the site as well. So the boundaries have been drawn correctly. Leading land use is residential, supporting land use, good use car parking. The supporting use will be place of worship, not car parking.
So this is one where you say you need to be looking, you're going to add additional wording regarding the local management strategy wording. Yeah.
We're trying to retain some level of town centre parking for the Wilston District Centre.
Yeah.
Residential.
So it says 6 to 10, 11 to 15, so you'll be amending that, clarifying that in terms of the allocations, the floor space and the time frames.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is an NHS provision to be provided on this site.
So just double checking the housing figures, ma'am.
The what, sorry?
Just checking the housing figures
Yeah.
were correct. just in relation to housing, that figure should, the indicative residential capacity is at 207, it should be 228 in terms to reflect the 10% uplift.
Okay.
And apologies, your question relating to NHS floor space.
Mm-hmm.
The site is located within the central area of the opportunity area and the borough, and that's the highlighted area from the IDP in terms of a provision gap in NHS. So there's a flexible approach to some provision of NHS floor space in some of the sites in that area, but it's remained flexible until further detail comes from the ICB or NHS.
Okay. So can I just check, sorry to keep going back over this, but the comments that you've made about sites like this one, in terms of your summary of representations made, that you know, where you've summarised people's representations and put a comment on as to the council's view. So on this one, you've said it is considered that the site currently offers public town centre car parking that underpins trips to the centres from areas not well served by public transport. The retention of public car parking within the centre is important for vitality and viability. As such, the council considers there may be a requirement for public car parking on this site. Are you saying that this wording that you're going to come up with in terms of reference to the overall strategy is going to encompass that, or are you now saying we actually don't agree with that and we now agree with what TfL have said to us? I'm finding it quite tricky to follow the council's thought process on this.
Yeah,
I think that is correct, as Mr. Evans said earlier. I think following discussions with TfL, the council has accepted that that is the that's the strategy for the London plan and TfL and the mayor.
Yeah.
And the council has, I mean, as you know, Mum, it's a very contentious issue, parking. Yeah. And I think the council possibly originally was trying to take a different approach, but accepts that that is the approach of the London, the mayor, and has accepted the approach taken about needing to have modal shift and not rely on parking in these areas.
Right.
So it's accepted that.
Okay.
And that's why it's moved on in its position, and following discussions with TfL has reached that statement of common ground. Sorry?
But what's the assessment on case by case basis?
Well, for these three, yes. These three, yes. I think the inspector's asking something different.
So what you read out in terms of our response to the consultation is broadly the reason justification for trying to seek to retain some car parking on this site, to retain some parking for the town centre to underpin the ongoing vitality and viability of the town centre. We've limited the number of sites that we are seeking to ensure that there is parking on, noting partly our lack of evidence in terms of what that should be. It's going to be hard to defend against TfL, for example. Yeah. We've agreed in the statement of common ground that we're going to manage down the parking level overall to try and promote sustainable transport trips. And so that only leaves, as we've gone through OA1, OA6 and OA12 within the opportunity area as the residual allocations on which we're seeking a line in the policy that references M2 to work out how, when we're in the pre-app process, we can sustainably manage a level of parking on those sites.
Sorry, and OA14 is listed on here.
So there are more sites, yes. So OA14 has the wider strategic leisure offer. So it may be important, if that's going to have a borough-wide draw in terms of access to the leisure, that has a specific consideration of transport at the time of the planning application. Sorry, parking at the time of the planning application. And then the other sites are O20 and 22 at Stanley Moor and Kenneth Park, and O21 at Amner Lodge, which is the centre of a district centre.
Yeah.
And the rest of them were content to agree with TfL that it should be London Plan parking standards.
Right, thank you for that. And then, so on this one then, Re-provision of a place of worship and parking. You're still saying it's the London Plan standards.
That's what I understand. Is that not the case?
I'm just thinking you
Yeah.
seem to be implying that there might be nuances in relation to some of the other sites, like the leisure centre site. Yeah.
These three sites have a nuance.
The three sites, OA1, OA6 and OA12,
Have a nuance.
we are seeking a nuance in the policy
Yeah.
for further consideration of how much car parking should be re-provided on this site
Yeah.
when it comes forward for plan application. The rest of the sites, London Plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I haven't seen that wording yet, but when you do come up
Yeah.
with something, I think you need to be very clear as to the reason for that in relation to
Yeah.
these particular
specific,
sites.
Yeah. I think
Because
that's-
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying
Yeah.
in terms of they have a wider role to play, in particular in relation to places of worship, which this is an existing one, and you're requesting the re-provision of that. Okay, so I think we're all clear, sort of. So that's OA12, then OA13. The Travis Perkins. So this is currently occupied, is it? It's not a vacant Travis Perkins.
It's in multiple land ownership and it is occupied in industrial uses.
Is it occupied as a Travis Perkins now?
Part of the site is yes, and
Yeah.
some of it is.
Oh, is this the one where you say you might be using CPO?
That is a mod to remove that.
Oh, you're going to remove that? Okay, yeah, I think that's sensible.
So, believe that the allocation boundary is drawn correctly. As just mentioned, it's in use, in industrial use. It lies within a local strategic industrial site.
Yep.
The development time frame is still 6 to 10 years. And the indicative capacity is still 36 C3 units or equivalent. So yeah, it will seek to deliver a mixed use. Obviously, some industrial, appropriate industrial floor space will be required as part of a co-location development.
And this was the reference to the Historic England reference to Byron Recreation Ground, is that right?
Sorry, yes, the mods go over the page. Page 22. Development should contribute to protecting and enhancing the significance of the locally listed Byron Rec ground.
Yeah.
And then that also gives effect to the deletion of the compulsory purchase order statement.
The deletion of what, sorry?
The compulsory purchase order
Yes,
statement.
yeah,
That's meant
okay.
to, it's the two.
Okay, I'm content with that one. And then 0814 Byron, the Byron Quarter. So this is, did you say this is the other? No, it's the Kodak one. So this is the leisure centre site.
Yes, ma'am, the leisure centre, yeah.
Can I just ask a general question on this NHS floor space wording that you've put in, 3 or 4 of them, where it says having regard to identified need at the time and the delivery of floor space on other allocated sites. How is the council proposing to manage that in terms of that coming forward through these policies? Because you could potentially have a situation where you might have 3 or 4 schemes coming forward at the same time, and all of your allocations say the same thing. I'm just wondering whether the wording is sufficiently effective on that.
I don't think it is.
No.
I think that all of those allocations need to have an adjustment to the wording to make it clear how they would work together.
Okay.
That's my view.
Great. Could you put that as an action then? So it's, I think that there's at least 3 of them, if not 4 or 5 actually. So, and it needs to be a corresponding change in the requirements and the allocated use section. So this is it's residential, but you're re-providing the leisure and community uses. Is that right?
That's correct for the allocation. As Mr Evans mentioned earlier, the council hasn't settled exactly on where the new leisure provision might be. So he mentioned the other site in the town centre, Green Hill Way. That decision hasn't been made yet, so the flexibility is there, but this is the current location.
Right. So it's all internal leisure centre, there's no external space there.
There are some tennis courts to the north of the site.
Okay.
It's still within the red line boundary, Mark.
Yeah.
There are a couple of mods for this site. Page 22, in terms of flood risk.
Yeah.
Again, additional development principle in terms from historic England, relating to locally listed bar and rec ground. Our car parking mod as well. And to note that the indicative residential capacity should read 708. That's up from 638, which is what's listed in the allocation.
Yeah.
Mr. Wall, I think this is another one with the nuance in the car parking.
So as mentioned before, this is to do with the wider sphere of influence of the borough's main leisure centre. So we think that might be justified.
Okay, so that's 0814. Then 0815, the Iceland Wealdstone.
Thank you, Ma'am. There is a mod on page 22 for that relating to
I
flood
can
zone.
see that, yeah.
Otherwise, the application, the allocation boundary is correctly drawn. The development time frame has moved from 1 to 5 to 6 to 10. Remains with an indicative residential capacity of 25 units. The allocated use being residential, supporting land use of retail given the town centre location in Wealdstone. The site is currently used as a supermarket with service level car parking to the rear.
Okay, I don't have any comments to make on that one. OA16 Kodak. Is it worth taking the next 2 together or not? Is they entirely up to you.
I will split them out, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So this was the factory site then.
Yes,
So what I want you to make sure is that you're not, the plan isn't just rubber stamping what's already going on in the ground. I haven't been down to see this one yet, but when has it been implemented? And yeah, right. So the plan is supposed to be planning for what's coming forward, not just endorsing what's happened.
There is substantive work complete, but there are still numerous phases to come forward. The allocation also seeks to protect a number of elements, such as what was previously approved or permitted, in terms of floor space for NHS and schools.
Right, okay.
So those are still considered, because of the scale of the site and the amount of development or the intensification that still could occur. It's considered appropriate to protect those uses through the allocation.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Can you, on the allocated use, can you just amend the reference to the C2 and C3 in line with what you've already said you're going to do in any event? And similarly for the supporting land uses. Sorry, I should probably know this, but what is F1 learning? Just to school. Sorry, or not just. Okay. Well, I think if you're not having the reference to the use classes with that throughout, then just have the reference to school. So in terms of your indicative residential capacity, then is that for the site as a whole, or is that the figure as to what you anticipate is coming forward for this plan period? Sorry, you can probably cross-reference with your other matter statement.
Yeah, so the 2,407, we've proposed a minor modification to split that out based on latest information.
Yeah.
We think that adds up to, well, and then we've set it out across the plan period, so it's been delivering since 2021. So some of it's complete, some of it's happening right now, and then the rest we anticipate to happen in the 5-year period. The total capacity I've got is 2,520 for the whole of the site. Well, we'll go year by year through that.
So when you update that, could you delete that from April 2024? So it just has the,
So we'll do it across the whole plan period, and we'll set it out as what has completed, what we expect to have completed by the 1st of January or the adoption date.
Right.
And then put the 5-year and then the 6, 10 year. Do it year by year as requested. So the 2,520 is what is left.
It is, okay.
From 2024 going forwards.
Yeah, good. Okay, so that makes sense. And then just the NHS point again. So on this one, this one wouldn't be NHS provision unless it's been provided elsewhere. This one you're not using that same wording of having regard to identified need at the time and the delivery of floor space on other allocated sites. So you don't say that on this one, but on other ones you do. So what's the?
In this one, ma'am, that is reflecting the fact that there has been an NHS clinic already secured on this site. So it's literally just making sure that that is provided going forward.
Okay. Yes, so where you don't do it how you've set it out on this schedule, where you've said before plan period and then a date pre-adoption, don't set it out like that.
No, that's to try and
Yeah.
explain to you the part of the
And the comments that were made by the GLA in terms of the sill, so the northern part of the site is currently designated as sill. Is that still
That's correct, Ma'am.
correct?
Yes, that's correct. There's no residential proposed in that part of the site.
Okay. Okay, I'm content with OA 16, so OA 17. This is the admin officers, and again, just is this one at the same? What's happened here?
So this was obviously part of the overall Kodak site, but was previously split off from the principal site as the administration officers.
Yeah.
There are some mods here on page 23. We're amending the policies map to remove this from SIL, downgrading it to LSIS, and that was in relation to response to conversations with the GLA and their rep, and a rep, sorry. And they're just amending some planning history in the site information. But to
So
note,
sorry, OA 16, is that an LSIS then or a SIL site?
OA 16
Yeah.
is SIL.
It is,
And
and you're
OA
you're leaving that as
that
is?
stays
Yeah,
exactly
okay.
as it is, yes. OA 17 was part of that site, so
Yeah.
it was SIL, but remained SIL. And
Okay.
now we're downgrading it to an LSIS,
Yeah,
which the GLA are content with.
yeah,
In terms of the site allocation boundaries correctly drawn. The relevant planning application would need to be updated. I believe that last planning application has been a resolution to grant from May 2025, which is for a mixed use of co-living and an industrial use appropriate for a LSIS site.
okay.
So
And where's this in the delivery period?
it's 1 to
It is
5.
1 to
We
5.
feel it should be granted by the end of the year. And the indicative capacity remains the same.
When you get round to producing that atlas of change document with the policy map changes on, it's so I don't have any jurisdiction in terms of the policies map, but it's useful if on that you cross-reference to this allocation, so it's clear which why the change is being made. Yeah. But you have, yeah, okay. Okay, so that's OA 70, so no other changes on that one then? No, just the sill element, okay. Okay, and then, I have to remind myself, which one did he want to look at this afternoon? GB2. Hospital for tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, I think GB2 is relatively straightforward compared to the other one. So let me just remind myself of the questions I asked on this one. So the comments that Barnett made about the reality of this being a sort of car-borne site, and particularly in the context of your Gypsy and Traveller policy and the criteria we discussed there in relation to the PPTS, what's the council's view there?
Any thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I think, well, we discussed, didn't we, the change in the wording as well, that the reality is that Gypsy and Traveller sites often aren't sustainable in the sense that, in the narrow sense, but they are in the broader sense, which is about providing stability for children, education, and a settled base. So there is a degree of that. I mean, but it also has to take into account the fact that Gypsies and Travellers tend to keep their caravans. They travel for work from those sites, and so it's seeking to ensure that their way of life can be facilitated. And for that reason, that there will be a degree of travel.
An area of special character is this local area of?
Yes, it's a local area. I think someone
That's
knows
your-
about this. Who's the area of special character? Is that you, Callum? Yeah.
Is that what we're discussing tomorrow? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that'll be GR6.
Yeah, okay. Is it special character, not local character? I thought you were calling it.
We've got two. We've got the areas of special character, which are the three sites that GR6 relates to. Then we have local areas of special character.
Local, okay, yeah. Okay, so, I've got difficulties with both of these greenbelt sites. I don't think that's a surprise. I'm slightly more comfortable in terms of this being a site for Gypsy and Traveller provision, but in terms of the and you're not, it's more the steps that the council has gone through in terms of demonstrating exceptional circumstances, but I accept what you've said in terms of you're not proposing to amend the boundaries. But in terms of this plan being examined under the 2023 framework, the provisions in terms of the some of those greenbelt provisions in the 2024 framework apply to allocations. Yeah. So in terms of this allocation, is what you've drafted in accordance with those the golden rules in terms of? Yeah.
In the new framework.
In the new framework. So I think it's a footnote in there. I mean,
Yes, no, I know.
yeah. I mean, I'm happy if you want to have a look at it and.
Yes, I'll check it. I think it probably is all right, but I'll check for sure. It's certainly consistent with the PPTS. I mean, PPTS says you should not always, well, you shouldn't use need necessarily as as a justification for greenbelt, but that doesn't mean you never can. And the golden rules, I'll check them.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean, and
Oh, good.
I'll
Okay.
check them.
All right. Well, we might return to that tomorrow then. Yeah, because the other points I'd raised were in relation to GB1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think I have any further comments to make then. So, sorry, can we just be consistent here in terms of what the Gypsy and Traveller policy says about additional pitches? And so you say 12 to 13 here. So this would be also expressed as a minimum?
Minimum
Yeah.
15, I think, did we say? Yeah. We've got a note.
Okay. All right then. Well, that concludes the discussions for today, I think. Do you want to go back through what we've discussed in terms of main mods, or are you quite comfortable that you've picked those up today?
I think I'm comfortable because that is happening behind me, but it probably would be more useful for me to go through them and then go through, so that I know exactly what's been put down, correlate them with my own notes and the team's notes, and make sure it's a comprehensive
well,
list.
hopefully we only have the allocations in the morning tomorrow before the matter 7 session, so we might have a little bit more flex at the end of that session then, in terms of looking at those. Okay, is there anything else the council need to raise?
Anything else? No, thank you.
No, okay. In which case, we'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.